so that the supply of an appropriate amount of live poultry such as ducks, geese, and pigeons to Hong Kong will be allowed. And 3, whether it will consider supplying live poultry to restaurants under specific control measures so that traditional dishes prepared with the use of live poultry can continue to be promoted and preserved, if not, of the reasons for that. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, upon consulting the Health Bureau, my consolidated reply to the question is as follows. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, the mortality rate of human cases infected with avian influenza AH5N1 over the past 3 years has exceeded 50%. WHO experts believe that the current avian flu epidemic poses a continuing risk to humans. For Hong Kong, since the first local human case of avian flu was detected in 1997, Hong Kong has experienced 7 outbreaks of poultry infected with avian flu A of H5 or H7 subtypes. Human infection of avian flu was detected in the 1997 outbreak, in which 18 developed the disease, of whom 6 died. Between 2004 and October 2023, the Center for Health Protection of the Department of Health recorded a total of 29 cases, including 5 deaths of humans infected with avian flu. Epidemiological investigations reflected the source of risk for avian flu infection in humans in Hong Kong is from contact with infected live poultry or its environment. To safeguard public health, the government has implemented a series of measures at various levels of the live poultry supply chain to reduce the risk of avian flu outbreaks. So far, the risk of avian flu in Hong Kong is under control. With regard to Mr. Tommy Jones' question, first, chickens in all local farms in Hong Kong are currently required to receive mandatory vaccination against H5 and H7 avian flu, and the government has been updating suitable vaccines to ensure sufficient protection for chickens on farms. Ducks and geese, which are waterfowl, are natural reservoirs of avian flu viruses. Previous studies show that live ducks can persistently shed virus even after being vaccinated against avian flu. Hence, vaccination is not entirely reliable for the prevention of avian flu in waterfowl. Moreover, while chickens may display significant symptoms or even die after being infected with the virus, waterfowl can be asymptomatic and can shed virus for a long time after infection. Since waterfowl mainly shed virus through the fecal route after being infected, the organic matters inside the fecal samples can affect the results of the rapid test, leading to false negative results. Furthermore, different from chickens, which can be reared under a controlled environment, the rearing of waterfowl generally requires a period of free ranging. Thus, the transmission risk of avian flu from infected waterfowl to other poultry and humans is much higher than that of chickens. International experts on avian flu have also pointed out that waterfowl could serve as a host for different strains of avian flu viruses to mix. If waterfowl are simultaneously infected with different strains of avian flu viruses, the viruses can undergo genetic reassortment within their bodies, leading to mutation of the viruses. If the avian flu viruses undergo genetic mutations, it may reduce the effectiveness of the current mandatory vaccination program, thus increasing the risk of outbreaks in local chicken farms and posing a threat to human health. In view of the above considerations, the government has no plan to allow waterfowl rearing at local farms at present. Regarding rearing of pigeons, pigeons are not waterfowl. In response to the avian flu epidemic at that time, the industry requested for the surrendering of livestock keeping licenses to reduce the risk of outbreaks in Hong Kong. The government put in place various voluntary surrender or buyout schemes from 2005 to 2008 for livestock farmers who choose to cease operation voluntarily. Poultry farmers who chose to return their livestock keeping licenses received ex gratia payment. At that time, all pigeon farms in Hong Kong voluntarily returned their licenses and ceased operation for good. Following implementation of these schemes, to reduce the risk of avian flu transmission, the government has ceased issuing new livestock keeping licenses for keeping poultry, including pigeons. Second, to prevent the transmission of avian flu viruses from waterfowl to chickens, the government has adopted a policy of segregating of chickens from waterfowl at all levels from input to retail since 1998. We have legislation enacted to mandate that live waterfowl must be processed by central slaughtering and prohibit the sale of live waterfowl at retail outlets. Since 2004, because of the situation, livestock and geese have not been imported from the mainland to Hong Kong. Given the persistent risk of avian flu, we have no plans to raise the request with the mainland authorities for resuming exports of waterfowl to Hong Kong. As for live poultry, including live chickens and minor poultry such as pigeons, there is no ban in Hong Kong on live poultry imports from the mainland, and the government adopts an open mind. However, since early 2017, there's been no supply of live poultry to Hong Kong from the mainland. The Hong Kong SL government has maintained close communication with relevant mainland authorities regarding different issues of food supply, including live poultry from the mainland. We believe the mainland registered farms supplying live poultry to Hong Kong no longer supply to Hong Kong because of commercial considerations. 3. We understand that some local restaurants currently purchase local freshly slaughtered chicken from live poultry retailers for cooking. In order to provide more retail outlets for meeting public demand, we recently conducted risk assessment and considered that existing biosecurity measures can effectively control the risk of avian flu associated with live chickens. Therefore, on the basis that prevention of avian flu transmission will not be compromised, we plan to introduce an appropriate number of live chicken stores in new public markets or modernized markets that completely refurbish or redevelopment as far as circumstances allow. For instance, a new public market to be constructed in Area 67 of Tseung Kwan O will have 2 live poultry stores. The new live poultry stores will adopt designs of stringent hygiene standards and a display window for sale purposes. These stores will have dedicated slaughtering rooms inside, ensuring complete separation between purchasers and the live poultry. In addition, these stores will be equipped with independent air conditioning, ventilation, and air filtration systems to ensure good hygiene conditions. In summary, our current containment of avian flu in Hong Kong depends on the implementation of various preventive and control measures across different levels over the years, and this achievement does not come by easily. The government will continue to closely monitor outbreaks of avian flu in neighboring areas and continue to assess the transmission risk in Hong Kong and strictly implement various preventive and control measures and making adjustments appropriate to safeguard public health. Thank you, Mr. Tommy Cheung. Thank you, President. Secretary, you said that according to WHO, the mortality rate exceeded 50%. If you look at local cases, you can see that it was just scaremongering. But that aside, I'd like to refer to the second point of your reply, that we have not banned the import of live poultry into Hong Kong, but since 2017, we have not seen any supply of live poultry to Hong Kong from the mainland. As far as I can remember, very few we had very few live pigeons. Most of them were live chickens. You talked about that it was because of commercial consideration. Rather, I think it's because of your control measures. Since you maintain an open mind, Secretary, can you discuss with the Ministry of Commerce of the country, and how come we don't have live chickens and pigeons and geese from the mainland? Please do not say that there can be live poultry imported into Hong Kong. Secretary, I thank Mr. Tommy Cheung for raising this question so that I can understand the different treatments for live chickens and geese and ducks. I have a better understanding after some research. Now, in fact, we have maintained a liaison with the Ministry of Commerce, and we have checked with the authorities how come we don't have any live poultry from the mainland imported to Hong Kong. According to the authorities, they do not have any control of export of poultry to Hong Kong. So I believe it is really a commercial decision rather than any regulation on the two sides of the government of the country. So we have already written to the Ministry of Commerce to reflect public aspirations here. Hopefully there can be some live chickens imported into Hong Kong. So we're awaiting their reply. Mr. Shiu Ka-fai. Thank you, President. Last year, And around this time, we were all wearing face masks here today. Today is only Mr. Lee, who's suffering from flu, who is wearing a face mask. So you gave us a host of statistics about avian flu. Yes, we have to be cautious. The fact is, we don't have any case in Hong Kong, neither is there any in the mainland. We haven't got any live poultry or chickens imported to Hong Kong. Now, as we all know, the price-value ratio in Hong Kong is obvious to all. In Hong Kong, a live chicken costs $250, whereas it's only $70 in the mainland. I have met with the industry. We have told you time again that the government must take the lead in this consultation and negotiation. Otherwise, there won't be live chickens imported to Hong Kong from the mainland. So I put this to the Secretary once again. Will you yourself or your colleagues go on a delegation with members of the industry to discuss with the mainland authorities where exactly the problem lies? Secretary. Thank you, President. Here I have to say that we talk about the morbidity rate of the avian flu. Over 50% is a global figure. Of course, in Hong Kong, we have a preventive system, and our Center for Health Protection has its response. So we're able to lower the overall mortality rate to lower than the global average. But if you look at the number of cases in 1997, the mortality rate was as high as 33%. Even from 2004 to now, when we have put in place so many measures, the mortality rate is still close to 20%. It's a rather high figure. So avian flu is indeed a major issue for all health authorities in the world. We have done so much to control risk on a relative scale in Hong Kong, and so we should keep this level of public health safety as far as possible. As for the Ministry of Commerce, we have been discussing with them all along, relaying the concerns of the sector to the authorities. We are waiting for their response. I can undertake here that should I visit Beijing in the future, I am going to meet the Ministry of Commerce, and then I will relay your aspirations to the authorities to see whether there can be any change. Mr. Stephen Ho, which part of your question has not been answered? Whether your bureau and your team can go along to meet with the Ministry of Commerce with members of the industry. Well, when we have such a planned trip, we will discuss with industry to see whether that is possible. Mr. Stephen Ho, the quality price ratio here is because we've only got 130 retail outlets. That is limited. So even if there is a live poultry from the mainland, because we've only got 130 retail outlets, so they can only make so much profit. So it's lucky that in future there will be another 2 retail outlets, but all in all it's still just about around 130. As for why there is no live poultry imported from the mainland to Hong Kong, there are views that once there is an outbreak in Hong Kong, the mainland poultry farm may have to suspend operation for a few months because of strict regulation there, even though they can make a few more dollars per chicken here. Mr. Stefano, are you asking a question or giving us an answer? I have to give you the background before I can come to my question. So I am proposing to the administration. I disagree with their zero tolerance approach. You should not over-rely on medical doctors to map out the risk assessment. Now, if you really have zero tolerance, say for traffic accidents, you should not allow people to drive at all. Can you consult veterinary experts to work out a control plan for you? Because if your medical doctors say that the risk should be zero, there is no way we can have live poultry. Secretary, you can see from our main reply that we're not saying that the risk of avian flu should be zero in Hong Kong. We have taken into account all scientific arguments and what technology can do at the moment. In Hong Kong, we allow the rearing of live chickens. And we are planning to provide more retail outlets for live chickens. We are tackling this problem with a scientific approach. We're not asking for zero risk. Mr. Stephen Ho asked whether we can consult veterinaries. Let me tell you that on waterfowl and also the different treatment between waterfowl and chickens, why the risks are different and the approach is different. This is based on views of our veterinary experts. So we give regard to the views of both medical doctors and veterinaries. Mr. Rokshan, thank you, President. In his reply, the Secretary told us that it was all because of medical considerations that we don't have live poultry live waterfowl imported into Hong Kong. Is it really a constraint of manpower? If we have the right conditions in our slaughtering houses and in retail outlets and for testing, do we have enough manpower? Because if we have importation of live poultry or live waterfowl, do we have enough manpower to do the testing? Secretary, of course, we will ensure we have sufficient manpower to do the work. They may not all be civil servants. Where necessary, we can employ NCSE staff and even outsourced workers to do the job. We're not worried about our manpower. Rather, we have to consider what measures have to be put in place for control and prevention of avian flu. And secondly, it is also for the mainland to decide whether live poultry should be supplied to Hong Kong. Mr. Tan Kapil, thank you, President. Now, people like to say that chicken must taste like chicken, and therefore, when we visit the mainland, we like to have chicken dishes. Or people may buy cooked chicken dishes back from the mainland to Hong Kong because the chickens there taste better. I don't know why the chickens in Hong Kong do not taste as good. They don't taste like chicken. So, in addition to keep for public health, I want the Secretary to ensure that we have better flavored chickens so that the chickens taste better in Hong Kong. Can you address the aspirations of colleagues here? Secretary, I believe different food ingredients will have different characteristics. I have checked with friends in the mainland. They feel that salty chickens in Hong Kong are also very tasty. So we talk about using different ingredients to prepare delicious dishes. Hong Kong is a culinary capital. We are renowned for that. So we should use different ways of cooking. We should provide good ingredients to create tasty dishes so that we live up to our reputation as culinary capital. Mr. Tommy Zhang, point of order. What is your point of order? Now, he was referring to a chilled chicken. Now, this is not the time for you to speak. So please be seated. Mr. Tommy Zhang. President, the Secretary gave us figures from WHO. And some members talked about zero risk. Now, if you look at the figures from 2003 to, or rather from in between 2004 and 2003, we've only seen 29 cases, including 5 deaths. Of course, one case of death is one too many, but it all boils down to the risk of, if we have only 1 out of a million risk, do we have to tackle the problem? If we are that strict we can do nothing. So can you consult the country? In between 2002 and 2023, or from 1997 to now, can you ask the nation the number of avian outbreaks in chicken farms in the mainland or in places where there is a sale of live chickens? Do not just use WHO figures to scare us. You should obtain statistics from the country and from locally. You've asked your question, Secretary. President, of course, we will gather statistics from different places on avian flu outbreaks, and I'll see whether I can provide Mr. Tommy Zhang with such information for reference. But in between 2004 and 2023, we have got 29 cases, including 5 deaths. That is in spite of all the measures we have put in place. So we must not overlook the issue of avian flu. As I said, we will tackle this problem with in a scientific manner. Thank you.
Question 2, Mr. Vincent Zhang. Thank you, President. The Chief Executive announced in the latest policy address the establishment of a task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units to set the minimum standards of living conditions for subdivided units, SDUs, and suggest measures to eradicate substandard SDUs. The government subsequently indicated that in the course of formulating the eradication program, due consideration will be given to transitional and follow-up arrangements so as to avoid rendering the affected households homeless. In this connection, will the government inform this Council, 1, when eradicating substandard SDUs, how the government will rehouse the affected households and whether they will be provided with transitional housing or light public housing for seamless transition, if so, of the details. 2, as it is learned that since the implementation of legislation in relation to tenancy control and SDUs, the situation of the submission of notices of tenancy by landlords to the government has been unsatisfactory. Of the number of notices of tenancy received by the government since January last year, as well as the respective numbers of various types of SDUs reported therein, including room, cubicle, rooftop house, podium house, loft, bed space, space capsule, and other types of SDUs, and 3, whether a preliminary assessment has been conducted on the specific problem areas involved in substandard SDUs and of the expected implementation timetable for eradication. Secretary for Housing. President, the government has all along been paying attention to the housing needs of those who are inadequately housed. With the government's sustained effort in land and housing production, the continued increase in land and housing supply has presented us an opportunity to resolve this long-standing problem on subdivided units, SDUs. Following the announcement of the 2023 policy address, the government established the task force on tackling the issue of subdivided units, the task force, to conduct an in-depth study of the issue. The task force has just started its work and will need time to study in detail various aspects of the issue. It will take into account the views of different stakeholders and make recommendations to the Chief Executive in 10 months' time. After consulting the Rating and Valuation Department, RVD, my consolidated reply to the question raised by Mr. Vincent Zhang is as follows. The issue of SDUs involves the well-being of tens of thousands of families. Therefore, eradicating substandard SDUs is not a short-term target which can be achieved overnight, even if we arrange this. When formulating the relevant policies, the basic principle is not to render the affected households homeless. That's why we must give the whole issue careful and thorough consideration. During this process, the government will allow reasonable time for SDU landlords to carry out necessary rectification works for the SDUs to meet the relevant standards, as well as liaise with tenants on the move-out arrangement. Due consideration will also be given to the enforcement timeline and priorities for the eradication program of substandard SDUs, as well as follow-up arrangements. The government has identified sufficient land for providing about 410,000 public housing units in the coming 10-year period. With an adequate public housing supply, more housing options will be available for SDU tenants, and the government may then consider other solutions to eradicate substandard SDUs. Meanwhile, the task force will consider whether resources such as transitional housing or light public housing can be used to meet the short-term needs of SDU tenants. As for light public housing, the reference works will commence soon. Pursuant to Part 4A of the Landlord and Tenant Consolidation Ordinance, a landlord must, within 60 days after the term of a regulated tenancy commences, submit a Notice of Tenancy Form AR2 to the RVD to provide the particulars of the tenancy. As at the 14th of November 2023, the RVD has processed a total of 23,522 forms AR2, excluding forms AR2 of tenancies not meeting the definition of regulated tenancy and thus not required to be submitted to the Commissioner of Rating and Valuation. Most of the SDUs, 97.77%, are classified as room. The remainder, 2.3%, include cubicles, rooftop houses, podium houses, loft, bed spaces, and space capsules, etc. The RVD will continue to strengthen its enforcement and promotion to remind SDU landlords of the responsibility to submit Form AR2 with a view to collecting more Forms AR2. On the minimum standards of living environments of SDUs, the task force preliminarily takes the view they should cover building safety, fire safety and hygiene requirements, living space, and so on. We take note of the discussions in the community on other standards such as SDU facilities and floor-to-ceiling height, and so on. The task force is open to different views and will study the issue in detail with a view to forging a consensus in the community on the task force's recommendations. The government will consider an array of factors when phasing out substandard SDUs. We should appreciate that SDUs serve certain social functions, so it's important that we get it right. As I mentioned just now, it is the government's target not to render a large number of SDU tenants homeless as a result of the eradication action. Therefore, when in the near, medium to long term, when most of our housing production target is met, then the government may consider more resolute measures to eradicate substandard SDUs. The issue of SDUs is highly complicated, but the government does not underestimate the challenge in resolving this issue. Still, the government is determined to take the first step in addressing this deep-seated problem. The task force will continue its in-depth study and engage views from various stakeholders to formulate feasible solutions which can tackle the SDU issue in an orderly manner. Thank you, President. Mr. Vincent Zhang. Secretary, I'm not sure if you're happy with the number of notices of tenancy received. I'm not happy with that. Now, there are 110,000 SDUs, so in 2 years' time we should have received 110,000 notices. Because we've only received some 11,000 or so notices. That means there are another 80,000 SDU house landlords who are not respecting the law at all. Now, apart from reminding SDU landlords, what else are you going to do to step up enforcement? You need to show your determination in tackling the SDU issue. And then we'll have confidence that you're able to resolve the issue in the long run. Secretary, thank you. President, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Yes, 23,000 forms received so far. There's much room for improvement. At the same time, my colleagues are working very hard on various fronts. I can give you some more figures. Now, we have taken out 28 prosecutions. 26 cases are pending court hearing, and we are investigating 558 cases. We are seeking advice from the Department of Justice on 71 cases. Now, I'm giving you these figures just to let you see that this is an ongoing task. We need to identify the cases, we need to take enforcement action, and if there is need to impose a fine, we'll do so. So we will be stepping up our enforcement effort, and you'll be able to see the outcome of the relevant agencies' work. Now, of course, there's something we can do further. Now, the RVD has now sent out some 140,000 letters. We try to inform possible SDU tenants as far as possible about the new measure. And I would like to make an open appeal here. SDU tenants, you enjoy certain rights. If you have any doubt, there's a new document called AR4. It is a simple reporting form of the RVD. You just need to fill in some basic information, and then RVD could follow up on the case. And we also communicating with some estate agents, so they will remind both the landlords and tenants of their respective obligations and the price to pay when these obligations are not met. Now, there is a charter covering some 90 estate agencies. They have, and so that's encouraging too. So what we are going to do more in enforcement, that's for sure. Thank you. Mr. Standing. The government is to eradicate substandard SDUs. Now, how determined the government is depends on how much public housing supply it has. If the government does not announce the information, well, then people will still think the government is only paying lip service to the issue. Now, there are people who live in SDUs for 2 or 3 or even 4 years, and the housing condition is absolutely appalling. So can the government announce the number of public housing units you have, so you are able to phase out the substandard SDUs? If you do not announce a figure, then you are just helping SDU rent to go up. And you're also helping SDU conditions to get worse. Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Ng. For future public housing supply of the government, well, that's actually publicized. We have 410,000 public housing units, including both rental housing units and subsidized flats. And our demand is 300-something thousand. These figures are all out in the open. As for transitional housing, we are working on that. Initially, the target was 20,000 units. So now we're able to provide an additional 1,000 units. So the total supply is 21,000 units. And there are 9,000 transitional housing units already commissioned. I went to an opening ceremony yesterday. And then in 2024, that's the supply peak. There will be another 14,000 units. There will be another 11,000 units available, and then for light public housing, we've signed the works contract already. There will be 17,000 units. For another 3,000 units will soon be coming to LegCo to seek funding, so that for the 30,000 light public housing units, works will commence soon. So all this information is again out in the public, and for when the housing supply, when there will be so much housing supply, and where all this information is also in public domain. And as the on the website of the Development Bureau, where land is available, and when again the information is all there. So we have given enough information to tell the public we have sufficient supply of public housing. As for short-term housing projects such as transitional housing and light public housing, we have an adequate supply. That's why we have the determination to resolve the SDU issue, because we have enough supply to back us up. Mr. Chan Hock Fung. Well, as Mr. Vincent Cheng pointed out, registration of Form AR2 is not satisfactory. But then you have now rolled out Forms AR3 and AR4, but you don't address the issue of AR2. There's no point really. Now, because people are not submitting AR2, so now you've come up with AR3 and AR4. So how many cases are you going to take action against? Do you have the figure? Secretary. Well, AR2 is actually the notice of tenancy under the relevant ordinance. This is information that the landlord must provide for us to keep record. And in the process, maybe tenants call the RVD to make inquiries, and then they find out, well, actually the landlord is not complying with certain requirements, and that's what RVD colleagues find out, and then we follow up. And then we have come up with AR4 because SD tenants are busy with their work. They just want to provide some basic information so we can follow up on the case. And we're not saying that they can only submit AR4, but AR4 is actually a simplified version of report form. And so tenants will know they can submit this form for us to follow up on the case. And all these forms are complementary. And in response to Mr. Vincent Chang, I did say, yes, there is much room for improvement in terms of the submission of AR2. We will be doing more publicity and education. And on the part of landlords, we have in mind a target. The RVD will randomly select 1,000 landlords to submit information in 2024-25. They will be required to submit information so we can check whether they comply with our requirements. Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, President. The government estimates that 30% of the SUs are substandard. And after the government completes its eradication exercise, we can expect that landlords will either renovate the SDUs and then increase the rent. And for existing SDU tenants, if they move out, probably they won't be able to move back into these SDUs with the same rental level. So maybe tenants move into transitional housing still, they're not allocated public rental housing, they have to go back to SDUs, and then the worst case scenario is they can't even afford to go back to live in SDUs. So will the government keep housing them until they are allocated public rental housing? Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Lam. Well, your question exactly illustrates the reason why we have to handle very carefully the whole process, because when we handle SUs, that means certain substandard SUs will no longer be available, and we want to stop the resurgence of substandard SDUs too. But and all that is related to the adequate supply of public rental housing, or for transition housing or light public housing to play a role. And so then we will see what the pace should be. Well, just like in the antechamber exchange session this morning, members asked whether we will set priorities. Maybe for a building the condition is poor, then there will be a higher priority. And then other members suggested that for SDU tenants with children, they may be given priority as well. So, as to how we set priorities, again, is closely related to the supply of public housing. We need to make sure that there's alignment between the two. Yes, we are keen to resolve the SDU issue, but it doesn't mean we can resolve it overnight. So we can't rush. We may have to start with the worst SDUs and do it step by step. Which part of your question has not been answered? Sorry, speaker's not coming through. Secretary, do you have anything to add? Sorry, speaker's not coming through. Now, for conventional public housing, we're not counting transitional housing and light public housing, we have enough land to build 410,000 units, and the demand is 308,000 units. But then that means there is enough buffer. But then the units will only be available in the second 5-year period. So we will see a substantial increase in public housing supply in the second 5-year period, and we can see there is more than adequate supply of public housing. For most who need public rental housing units, they will be allocated one. At the same time, we have transitional housing and light public housing to serve as buffer. So we see the opportunity for us to improve housing condition. And with an increase in housing supply, to start with, substandard SDUs won't have a market anymore because there is an adequate supply of public housing. At the same time, we believe SDU rentals will come down. Dr. Wendy Hong, Secretary for households living in the worst SDUs. A good percentage of them do not yet have Hong Kong identity cards. For example, they are non-refoulement claimants stranded in Hong Kong, and there are even illegal workers here. So they have poor financial means. That's why they can only afford the worst SDUs. They are not eligible for public rental housing. They are not eligible for light public housing. So if you are to eradicate substandard SDUs and improve the living condition, and if you allow them to move into transitional housing, even then, would you actually attract more such people to come here to Hong Kong? Now, illegal workers, they're not allowed. There is relevant legislation to deal with that. And then Dr. Wendy Hong just now mentioned the question of mainland children born in Hong Kong with mainland parents, and then there are others who are here in Hong Kong with housing needs for various reasons. Well, the task force will look into that and see which groups of these tenants are covered by the task force terms of reference. But if other policy bureau or departments are involved and there's need for them to provide information, yes, at the task force, we will invite these departments or bureau to discuss the issue together and see how we can resolve it. Ms. Doreen Kong. Well, if we want to resolve complicated issues, we have to first get the picture right. Now, it seems that with the forms AR2, you don't have accurate information. So hard work is not enough. We need to see result. Secretary, can you undertake to collect the most accurate information about SDUs in the shortest possible time? Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Kong. Yes, it's right. If we want to resolve the SDU issue, we must first learn about the issue. That's why we need 10 months to do studies, and then we can try to collect useful information on SDUs. And then we could make recommendations to the chief executive on how to handle the issue. So this is information is very important, but we're not underestimating the challenge here, because maybe there are different SDUs are in different buildings, and we may not be able to access all these SDUs to check on the condition. We may have to ask certain groups to help us to collect useful information. As for different government departments, they may also have certain information, and we hope that these departments will also give us the useful information for our analysis, and we are making plans for that. Thank you.
Mr. Lam Zhansing, question number 3. It has been reported that many public refuse collection points lack staff convenience facilities, including the absence of individual restrooms, changing rooms, toilets, and insufficient furniture, such as lockers, tables, and chairs. Some cleaning workers even have to scavenge for waste furniture and electrical appliances for use at RCPs. In addition, many village-type RCPs lack water and electricity facilities, as well as areas for short breaks and meals. In this connection, will the government inform this Council, 1, whether it will study the introduction of a scheme to improve various public RCPs and expedite the improvement, refurbishment, or reprovisioning of some permanent off-street public RCPs with poor staff convenience facilities? If so, the details and timetable, if not, the reasons for that. 2, in light of the Occupational Safety and Health Council's conversion of medium-sized modular houses into solar cooling kiosks for use by outdoor workers, whether the government will consider using this as a model for setting up mobile rest kiosks in rural and remote areas so as to provide frontline cleaning workers with a better resting environment, and whether 3, and whether it will study the formulation of a building design code for staff convenience facilities at public RCPs, such as classifying RCPs according to their gross floor area and type, and requiring the authorities to provide corresponding staff convenience facilities based on such classifications. If so, of the details; if not, the reasons for that. Thank you, President. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, the cleaning workers, the frontline cleaning workers, whether they are civil servants or outsourced service contractors, the government attaches great importance to their welfare. So the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department has conducted a comprehensive review on the basic needs of frontline workers, including drinking water, places for short breaks, water for cleaning tools, and toilet facilities. Now, due to geographical constraints, some facilities may be located outside the workplace. Now, even though they may be located within 10-minute walk from the workplace, we've noted that some frontline workers choose to rest or eat inside the refuse collection points or in areas that are convenient. So, subject to objective conditions, the FEHD will further improve working conditions of workers and provide more convenient staff facilities through refurbishment or facelifting of our CPs. Now, my reply to the Honorable Lam Chan Singh is as follows. 1 and 2. At present, the FEHD provides approximately 170 off-street RCPs in urban areas. That means the refuse collection vehicles can enter for collecting refuse instead of having to handle it on roadside. It also provides 900 village-type RCPs in rural areas. Now, while there are cleaning workers stationed at off-street RCPs, there are none stationed at village-type RCPs. Instead, mobile cleaning teams are responsible for cleaning up refuse at village-type RCPs every day. So at present, we have provided facilities that can facilitate workers to rest temporarily, to have meals. They also have space for changing rooms, storage space, toilets, shower cubicles, microwave ovens, electric steamers, refrigerators, and so on. Among the 163 permitted off-street RCPs, we have various facilities provided in 147 RCPs. And 92 RCPs have changing facilities, 116 have storage facilities, 127 have refrigerators, 111 have food heating equipment, and 63 have resting space. There are only 16 RCPs due to geographical constraints that cannot have these facilities. Now, we foresee that by 2024 onwards, 11 newly built off-road RCPs will have air conditioning and individual resting rooms. The FEHD, in collaboration with the Architectural Services Department, has progressively conducted comprehensive refurbishment and facelifting work. For older RCPs, we will be providing resting rooms, relevant facilities as far as possible. And since 2020, refurbishment for 38 off-street RCPs have commenced, and 14 of them have been completed. And we expect that there will be another 11 RCPs that are expected to commence works in 2024. And now it may not be possible to provide all facilities owing to space constraints. The FEHD will resort to other means. Now, regarding village-type RCPs, they are typically smaller and have no attendants deployed there. Now, due to space constraints, staff facilities cannot be provided in those RCPs. The FEHD will arrange workers to use facilities at nearby off-street RCPs or other venues as far as possible. To further enhance the resting environment of cleaning workers in rural areas, in summer this year, we have put on trial solar cooling kiosks. These kiosks are equipped with solar energy, including air coolers, electric fans, exhaust fans, and the preliminary assessment has been satisfactory. And We also have plans to install 54 kiosks in 12 districts and provide similar solar-powered facilities in 15 resting rooms on or before April 2024. The FEHD will review the actual effectiveness of these solar cooling kiosks and collect feedback from frontline workers in order to optimize the design and operation of facilities to meet workers' needs. Now, FEHD will identify more suitable locations for providing facilities. Third, the accommodation regulations stipulate the standards for the design of all government buildings, including the provision of adequate staff facilities according to number of workers. For example, the building design standards stipulate that each worker is entitled to changing and storage space. Now, all newly built off-street RCPs are required to provide these facilities. Apart from building design, FEHD, together with relevant department, have reviewed the standard size of resting room in off-street RCPs. Under the new standards, the off-street RCPs will have at least 20 square meters of resting room. They will be equipped with tables, chairs, and relevant facilities, and they can accommodate 10 to 15 workers. So these standards have been incorporated in the FEHD's handbook on standard features for RCPs. Regarding village-type RCPs, FEHD will continue to provide resting facilities for workers at appropriate locations and will put up notices at all roll call points which clearly indicate the location of facilities such as drinking water dispensers, toilets, areas, and they'll ensure that frontline workers will be aware of these facilities. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, President. The Secretary's response is that there are a lot of facilities in RCPs, but they have to be provided according to the conditions. Now, if you look at this photograph, if we add a microwave for workers to reheat food, now that's feasible. They have sufficient space, and I'm not asking for all RCPs to install air conditioners, but you should at least have better space dividers to divide rest areas and the refuse. Now, a lot of RCPs right now, their facilities are of varying standards. They have to scavenge discarded material and reuse that. But in the 2019 budget, the government spent $600 million to renovate public toilets. So will you set aside some resources, not necessarily $600 million, but can you renew the standard facilities of RCPs and add necessary facilities and improve the resting area once and for all? Secretary. President, in my main response just now, I answered the FEHD will, given the appropriate conditions, we will undertake renovation to improve working conditions. So in this respect, FEHD does have a plan. We will improve conditions step by step. It's just that some RCP's location or size have constraints. So if you want individual resting area or storage area or eating area, so that might not be feasible. But in those conditions, the department will increase other facilities such as drinking water dispensers, refrigerators, microwave, and so on. So there might be individual RCPs. The workers can provide feedback to the department. There might be room for adding a microwave, but the department was not able to provide that. So they can provide feedback and we can look into it. And we will improve it phase by phase. Thank you, President. Zhao Xiuchong. The off-street RCPs, in their initial design, they just wanted refuse collection receptacle and have the vehicles come pick it up. They never considered workers' needs for resting, for having meals, and so on. Our frontline workers, they collect the refuse, but they themselves are not disposable. They're not expendables. We have to attach importance to their work environment. Secretary, in your response, you said that 100 of these RCPs have no rest areas. And you can see workers have to collect scraps of paper, carton boxes. They have to have meals there, rest there. That is not ideal. And in addition, you mentioned even if there is renovation works, it does not solve the problem of them needing space to rest. So what effective measures do you have to remedy their rest and work requirements? Secretary, now as the honorable legislator said, frontline workers provide essential services. We attach great importance to their work environment and their rest needs. I had said that in this term of government, I had requested FEHD to undertake a comprehensive review. We need to meet workers' minimum needs. They will have sufficient drinking water. They will have sufficient rest time. They will have toilet facilities. There will also be areas for them to rest and to have meals. So the legislator mentioned our initial design of RCPs was done years ago, and it did not accommodate their rest needs or storage needs. So under these circumstances, we asked FEHD to make arrangements for all frontline workers. They need to provide an area within 10 minutes walk from their workplace where they can rest and have meals. So we have ensured that these minimum requirements can be met. So as in my main response, we have taken note of these conditions. Some frontline workers, they might think it's more convenient. They might think a 10-minute walk is too much. So they might choose to rest inside the RCP or outside the RCP. And well, when conditions are available, we should try to accommodate them. So we do have two measures. One is the renovation works we mentioned before, so I won't repeat myself. Second, we note that in rural areas, their space is limited. We cannot provide resting area. So we've considered the solar-powered kiosk, cooling kiosk. And we are conducting a trial program in 3 areas. So not only can they rest, they have electric fans, they have different electric appliances, they can rest and have meals there. So in 12 districts next year, we will expand our trial. When we conduct a trial, we want to collect workers' feedback. So after collecting their feedback, in the future, if we feel it's satisfactory, we'll roll it out. We'll have a widespread rollout of this solar-powered kiosk scheme. Mr. Wong, Mr. Kingsley Wong, could you speak into the microphone? Our cleaning workers deserve our respect. The secretary said Hong Kong has 170 RCPs, but the renovations pace is only 12 per year, so it will take more than 10 years to complete renovation. But even after it's renovated, the working environment is not desirable. People don't want to rest there. On the mainland, in Shanghai, Guangzhou, they can work and rest under the bridges. So could the government consider setting up resting areas under bridges? Secretary, just now I mentioned in rural areas we will be using solar powered kiosks, cooling kiosks. These are simple kiosks. So after this trial, if it's received favorably, we will consider in urban areas, for example, under the bridges, we can consider doing that. But we need to hear from workers' feedback after the trial, and we can see whether that kiosk is whether it is received favorably. So we need some trials first. We need to consider their feedback before we roll it out widespread. So if the RCP itself is not a favorable location, we can look at options outside the RCP. President, today's question is revolving around RCP workers in the response. The Secretary did not clarify he did not specify whether these conditions or these remedies would target outsourced workers or civil servants. Sometimes when you outsource workers, you segregate civil servants and outsourced workers. So when we also have scenarios where the refuse is relocated outside of the area and the area is used for storage. So will there be a time deadline for remedying these problems? President, in the main response, I made it clear that the government attaches importance to frontline workers' welfare. So whether they are civil servants or outsourced workers, we have therefore instructed FEHD to undertake a comprehensive review of frontline workers' needs, basic needs. So all frontline workers will be covered, not just civil servants. And additionally, aside from hardware improvements, we are currently requiring in our contracts that the contractors need to be aware of frontline workers' needs. For example, when they work outdoors in the sun, they have to be aware of work conditions. So it's specified in the contracts. FEHD also has a central investigation unit where they see whether there is compliance with the contractual obligations. whether the contractors are living up to contract specifications. For example, if insufficient drinking water is not provided, that is a serious penalty. There is a serious penalty. We can terminate the contract. So whether it's hardware or software, we will apply that to all our workers, whether they be civil servants or outsourced workers. So can we meet all our goals? Well, as I mentioned, there are geographic considerations, so you might not be able to meet all these requirements. So aside from hardware, we are also looking at the solar powered cooling kiosks to make up for when conditions are insufficient. Thank you, President.
Question for Honorable Nixie Lam. Thank you, President. Under the existing Sexual Conviction Record Check, or the SCRC scheme, employers may request prospective employees or contract renewal employees who undertake work relating to children or mentally incapacitated persons to make an application for a check. There are views pointing out that the relevant arrangement can hardly provide adequate protection for disadvantaged persons. In this connection, will the government inform this council? One, as there are views that the coverage of the SCRC scheme is limited, whether the authorities will regularly review the coverage of the SCRC scheme and consider expanding the coverage concerned to include all tutors, coaches, and volunteers who undertake work relating to children and adolescents. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. 2, as applications for the check should be submitted by applicants on a voluntary basis to the Hong Kong Police Force, whether the authorities will consider changing the nature of the SCRC scheme from voluntary to compulsory. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And 3, as details of an applicant's sexual conviction records won't be disclosed in the check result, whether the authorities will, by drawing reference from the experience of overseas countries, disclose details of an applicant's sexual conviction records or grade sexual offenses according to their gravity, and inform the applicant's existing or prospective employer of the grade of sexual offense committed by the applicant. If so, of the reasons, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Security. President, the government has been actively implementing various measures to protect children and MIPs or mentally incapacitated persons from sexual abuse. Among them, the Hong Kong Police Force implemented the Sexual Conviction Record Check, or the SCRC scheme, in December 2011 to minimize the risks of such category of persons being sexually abused. The SCRC scheme, which is voluntary in nature, enables employers of organizations or enterprises that engage persons in undertaking child-related or MIP-related work to have an option to request eligible employees to apply to the police for sexual conviction record check in order to ascertain whether they have any sexual conviction records against a specified list of sexual offenses. While protecting children and MIPs is our top priority, the government must strike a balance among various considerations, including meeting the needs of employers, maintaining the smooth operation and sustainability of the SCR scheme when considering enhancement of the scheme. After consulting the police, my reply to the various parts of the question is as follows. 1. The scope of the SCRC scheme has been gradually expanded since its implementation. Currently, eligible applicants include prospective employees, contract renewal staff, as well as staff assigned by outsourced service providers to organizations or enterprises applying to organizations or enterprises. For instance, private interest associations or organizations such as women clubs, sports clubs, and music centers for work relating to children or MIPs. As at this October, the police have received a total of over 580,000 new applications and 120,000 renewal applications, and the auto telephone answering system has received more than 680,000 inquiries about the check results. In recent years, the numbers of new applications and renewal applications have seen an upward trend, reflecting that the existing scheme has been widely used and is effective in providing employers with useful information that help them make employment decisions. After a public consultation, the LRC Law Reform Commission published a report on sentencing and related matters in the review of sexual offenses in 2022, which covers a review of the SCRC scheme. The LRC considers that the government should extend the scheme to its fullest to cover all existing employees, self-employed persons, and volunteers. The government agrees that the scope of the scheme should be expanded to further strengthen the protection of children and MIPs. However, there are a huge number of employees and volunteers in Hong Kong, and hundreds of thousands of them are believed to be engaged in child-related or MIP-related work. Therefore, in considering the expansion of the scope, we have to be prudent and ensure that there is sufficient capacity given the limited capability of the electronic system and constraints in the police's manpower and resources. At present, the SCRC system is capable of handling about 60,000 applications each year. According to the performance pledge, the check result will be uploaded onto the auto telephone answering platform within 5 working days after receiving an application. As the number of applications will substantially increase after expansion of the scheme, the police is making strenuous efforts in enhancing the SCRC electronic system and setting up an online application platform. We expect that starting from next September, the system will be able to process at least 210,000 new applications annually. While ensuring that there is sufficient capacity to process applications made under the SCRC scheme, we will expand the scope of the scheme in a gradual and a phased manner in the light of the recommendations of the LRC with a view to minimizing the risks of children and MIPs being sexually abused. 2. As to whether SCRC should be made mandatory for employers or employees, we agree with the LRC's recommendation that the most urgent task is to expand the scheme to its fullest and review the need to make it a mandatory scheme at an appropriate time later. Legislating for a mandatory sexual conviction record check has to be considered carefully as it involves the stipulation of penalties. From the perspective of practical needs of the society, mandatory checking may not be applicable to all situations. For instance, the risk of employees committing offenses of sexual abuse is relatively low if there are also other people monitoring their work. In such cases, employers may not need to request employees to conduct SCRC. Furthermore, we must strike a balance between the two major principles of protecting children and facilitating rehabilitation, and carefully assess the impacts of the introduction of mandatory measures on the society. The existing voluntary SCRC scheme has been operating smoothly and is well recognized by the society with its benefit of flexibility. Our priority now is to expedite the enhancement of the existing scheme. We won't consider changing the scheme from voluntary to mandatory for the time being, but we will keep in view its operation from time to time and review the need for legislation in the future. 3. Currently, the government doesn't disclose details of an applicant's sexual conviction record to his employer. However, if an applicant has committed sexual offenses, the police will give the applicant a written record with the crimes committed specified therein. The employer may obtain such record from the applicant if necessary. If the applicant refuses to provide it, the employer may refuse to employ the applicant to prevent him from undertaking work that involves contact with children or MIPs. Therefore, there are already channels in place for employers to obtain such information. It's not necessary for the police to take the initiative to disclose the details of the applicant's conviction to the employers or to grade the sexual offenses according to their degree of seriousness. This can strike an appropriate balance between protecting children and MIPs from sexual abuse and protecting privacy. The government will actively expedite the enhancement of the SCRC scheme to further strengthen the protection of children and MIPs. Thank you, President. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, President. There are views that we should strike a balance between protecting children and facilitating rehabilitation of ex-offenders. From the perspective of parents, I think one case is one too many, especially a case involving sexual abuse of children. I don't think people who sexually abuse children should have the benefit from being kept anonymous from these records. Hong Kong is being very lenient. In some countries, they ask the relevant details of the sexual offenders to be disclosed to the community. I want to know if the government has plans to publicize the blacklist for parents so that parents don't need to be worried all the time. Secretary, on whether we should publicize the sexual conviction records details of a person, we have to take a prudent approach. If we randomly or freely disclose details of a sexual offender on the internet, that would deter or impede the rehabilitation of sexual offenders. Say, a young person may have committed sexual assault, and since then, should he be stigmatized? I think that's not in line with the values of our city. This SCRC scheme strikes to make a balance between protecting children and MIPs from sexual abuse and protecting privacy, as well as the rehabilitation needs of ex-offenders. I think we should not freely disclose details of offenders with sexual records. Ms. Elizabeth Quad, President, sexual abuse has a long-lasting effect of children. I think the government, as well as all adults in Hong Kong, should do our best in protecting our children. We should not wait any longer. This SCRC scheme, when the proposal was tabled to the Legislative Council in 2011, I already proposed that the sexual conviction records of private tutors should be included in the scheme. Some teachers, they may switch to becoming volunteers or private tutors, and there are sexual assault cases involving private tutors. In 2022, there was one such case, and at that time, the judge mentioned that the SCRC scheme does not cover private tutors or volunteers, and that's a loophole. I want to know if the government has plans to plug the loophole. Also, is the electronic system capable of processing all the applications? We have waited for 12 years already. When can the government tell us that the electronic system has the capacity to include or cover sexual conviction records of private tutors and volunteers, and when will you make the scheme mandatory? Secretary, the scheme was rolled out in 2011, and we need time to review the use of the scheme. We need time to think about how we can enhance the scheme. In 2021, we thought there was a need to expand the scheme. Over the years, we have expanded the scheme to cover contract renewal, employees, as well as staff assigned by outsourced service providers. I agree that we should also cover self-employed persons, including private tutors and volunteers, as well as existing employees under the future scheme. However, there are hundreds and thousands of people that fall under the scope. Next September, we'll be able to enhance the capacity and process at least 210,000 new applications annually. We will, if needed, enhance the manpower required and enhance the system so that we can process 300,000 new applications annually or more. As mentioned, we believe that there are hundreds and thousands of volunteers in Hong Kong. We have to take a gradual approach. We should first cover self-employed persons such as private tutors and see how our handling capacity is. Then we will cover volunteers. We do have plans to do so. Our ultimate goal is to cover all existing employees, self-employed persons, as well as volunteers under the scheme. President, the Secretary did not mention about the timeline of when volunteers will be covered. As mentioned, next September, we'll be able to enhance the system to process 210,000 new applications annually. Afterwards, we'll think about how we can include more people under the scheme, and volunteers will be our first priority. We will allow organizations and enterprises to make applications to check the sexual conviction records of their existing employees. Private tutors will be covered under the scheme as well. Reverend Peter Kuhn. For indecent behavior, they are not covered under the list of offenses of the scheme. I want to know if the government will move with the times and renew the list of offenses covered by the scheme. Secretary, some of the offenses mentioned, such as voyeurism, is some of the new offenses, and we will, as appropriate, include these new offenses into the list of offenses covered by the scheme. Mr. Edmund Wong, since the implementation of the renewed scheme, employers can decide on their own whether they would like to check the conviction records of their employees. Earlier, the Education Bureau in 2017 issued guidelines that schools should check the sexual conviction records of their employees. If the scheme is expanded to, say, residential care homes or volunteers, well, as mentioned, there are hundreds of thousands of people working in these organizations or residential care homes. I want to know if employers are vigilant enough to make application or take the initiative to check the sexual conviction records. I'm glad that the LRC made the suggestion that there should be a renewed scheme. However, there isn't a timeline set by the government yet. My question for the Secretary is that I understand we need to take a balanced approach. We need to protect our children. At the same time, we need to protect personal privacy. Can the Secretary give a clearer timetable in this regard? Secretary, our goal is to expand the scope of the scheme to cover self-employed persons, volunteers, as well as existing employees. As mentioned, we believe there are hundreds and thousands of these people. However, we do not have a very scientific approach in estimating the exact number of these people. We hope that after we've expanded the scheme, we'll be able to cover all these types of persons mentioned. Then next step, we will think about whether we should make the scheme mandatory. There are different uncertainties, so it's not scientific if I tell you a definite answer now. I think that at this stage, we should not make it mandatory. This is because, if we look at the figures, most of the employers nowadays check the sexual conviction records of their employees. There are only a few cases in which employers do not check the records. For instance, the employer may already know the prospective employee. Also, the person may have already turned over a new leaf. In other situations, there are different people in the work environment, and the employees may not be working one-on-one with the children. We also want to give opportunities for young people to turn over a new leaf. So after taking all these into considerations, we think that we should only consider whether we should make it mandatory in the next step. Mr. Kenneth Leung, I agree that the government should expand this scheme. As mentioned by the Secretary, next September, the capacity of the system will be boosted to some 210,000 new applications annually. I wonder if the government can further simplify the procedure. Can we first look at whether the persons were involved in cases in which they were found guilty and not guilty? We should first look at whether the persons were found guilty or not guilty. Then we can think about how we can further enhance the system. Well, every year we're talking about 210,000 new applications to be processed. That means every day there will be a few hundred applications that need to be handled. I want to know if the Secretary has anything to say about this. Secretary, currently, if we discover that a person has no conviction records, within 5 working days, the relevant details would be uploaded to the system. If we find that the person has previous records or conviction records, then we'll invite the person to verify the relevant records. Then we will disseminate the relevant details to the relevant parties. That's what we've been doing now. Coming up next September, the system will be upgraded and we'll be able to process more applications. Currently, applicants will have to have their fingerprints taken in the police headquarters. In the future, the persons will not have to go to the police headquarters. They can go to 5 different police stations to have their fingerprints taken, and part of the procedures will be moved online as well. We'll decentralize the procedure to provide more convenience to our citizens, as well as boost our capacity of the system. If we think that it is probable to process more new applications, or if we think that there is a need to do so, we will enhance manpower. As to how much manpower we need, we'll have to look at the circumstances then. Ms. Judy Chen, the main report of the Secretary did not mention about spent conviction records. I see that LRC in last May in its report, they mentioned that they agree that there are sufficient justifications to cover spent conviction records, but they do not support the inclusion of spent conviction records under the SCRC scheme. Can the government tell us whether people with spent conviction records can take care of our children? Secretary, under the current scheme, according to the relevant ordinances, if the conviction records are spent, they will not be reflected in our system. We adopted this approach because we think that we need to strike a balance between protecting children and MIPs as well as protecting our rehabilitated offenders. As mentioned, say a young children or a young person may have sexually assaulted another person, but does that mean we are not giving chances to that person to turn over a new leaf? We have to take care of the rehabilitation needs of ex-offenders, and we have to also consider whether it is safe to review all the details of ex-offenders. Currently, we don't see that it will pose high risks to children and MIPs by not covering spent convictions. Also, to respond to Peter Reverend Kuhn's questions, the new offences mentioned are already covered in our current list.
Question 5, Professor Chen Wing-Kwong. Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding the funding of the University Grants Committee, or UGC, for the full-time bachelor's degree programs in Chinese medicine offered by the Hong Kong Baptist University, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and the University of Hong Kong, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it knows the numbers of UGC-funded first-year intake places for the aforesaid programs in the 2019-2022 triennium and the 2022-25 triennium, the total amount of UGC recurring grants allocated to the aforesaid 3 universities for such programs since 2020, with a breakdown of the respective amounts of funding by portion of teaching, or so-called T portion, research, and professional activity. 2. Given that UGC, in allocating funding for the T portion, groups the relative cost weightings into 3 price groups, namely medicine and dentistry, engineering and laboratory-based studies, as well as others by broad academic program category, and it is learned that Chinese medicine does not fall under medicine and dentistry or studies allied to medicine and health under engineering and laboratory-based studies, whether the government knows the reasons for that, and 3, whether it knows if UGC will categorize Chinese medicine under medicine and dentistry or studies allied to medicine and health so that bachelor's degree programs in Chinese medicine can receive appropriate funding for the T portion. If UGC will, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Education. Mr. President, the government and the University Grants Committee, or UGC, have been proactively nurturing talents for various sectors in Hong Kong and attach great importance to the manpower needs of Chinese medicine. Under the existing mechanism, education and healthcare are specific manpower planned disciplines, which now covers Chinese medicine. The number of student places offered by the 8 UGC-funded universities in the manpower planned disciplines are determined by the Chief Executive in Council every triennium, taking into account the recommendations of relevant bureaus, and the universities will admit the specified number of students during the 3-year period. If there is an increase in the demand for specific manpower planned programs, the relevant bureaus will seek additional resources within the government in accordance with the established procedures, which will then be dispersed to the universities in the form of a block grant through the UGC. On the premise that the student number targets have been met, the universities may flexibly deploy the resources to meet the needs of different disciplines. Professor Chan's question touches on different bureaus' portfolios. Having consulted the Health Bureau, I'd like to reply to his questions as follows. 1. During the planning exercise for the 2019-22 and 2022-25 triennial, the CE in Council approved the provision of 79 and 70 first-year, first-degree or FYFD intake places, respectively, for the Chinese medicine programs on the recommendation of the Bureau. The relevant programs are offered by the Hong Kong Baptist University, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and the University of Hong Kong. The number of FYFD intake places provided by the above universities in the 2019-22 triennium were 30, 25, and 24 respectively, while the number of FYFD places to be provided in the 2022-25 triennium are 30, 20, and 20 respectively. As aforementioned, recurrent grants are disbursed to the universities by the government through the UGC in the form of a block grant. As such, we do not have the relevant figures on the portion of recurrent grants allocated to the Faculty of Chinese Medicine or School of Chinese Medicine within the universities. 2 and 3. During the triennial planning exercise, the UGC assumes an advisory role in assessing the public funding requirements of the universities in accordance with the established formula. On such basis, the UGC recommends the amount of recurrent grants to be allocated to the universities within the triennium for the government's consideration. Subject to the decision of the CE in Council, the UGC Secretariat will disburse the funding according to the government's decision. The methodology adopted by the UGC in determining the funding recommendations for the allocation of recurrent grants to the UGC-funded universities is made public in the government's LegCo brief on recurrent funding for the UGC-funded universities for each triennium. Among others, the funding for the teaching portion is determined on the basis of student numbers, their study levels, namely sub-degree, undergraduate, taught postgraduate, and research postgraduate programs, modes of study such as part-time or full-time, and disciplines of study, etc. Some subjects are more expensive than the others because they require special equipment, laboratory, or more staff time, which will be reflected in the determination of the proposed allocation for each university. In accordance with the above principle, the UGC currently places 17 academic program categories into 3 price groups, with price group A being medicine and dentistry, with a relatively cost weighting, or RCW, of 3.6. Price Group B being engineering and laboratory-based studies, including Chinese medicine programs under studies allied to medicine and health disciplines with an RCW of 1.4, and Price Group C being others with an RCW of 1.0. For research postgraduate programs, the RCW values are 1.8, 1.4, and 1.0 respectively. The UGC will continue to make reference to different data, such as the average teaching expenditure per student, in reviewing and refining the mechanism from time to time. I must stress that the funding allocated by the government to the universities is in the form of block grants. The underlying philosophy is that the universities have to assume the primary responsibility for optimizing the use of limited public resources and to properly manage and balance the allocation of resources among different disciplines on their own. The relative cost weightings, or RCWs, adopted by the UGC is only one of the many basic parameters for devising funding recommendations. It is entirely different from the internal mechanisms of the universities for allocating resources to different disciplines. Hence, these two should not be packed casually. Under the principle of institutional autonomy, the government and the UGC will not intervene in the internal resource allocation by the universities, which have to be responsible for their own decisions. In fact, the number of student places for Chinese medicine undergraduate programs only accounts for 1 to 3% of the total number of student places allocated to the three universities. With the government's annual recurrent grants to the three universities amounting to more than $10 billion in total, we believe that the universities have sufficient room for ensuring the proper allocation of resources. Now, if there is a special need for additional resources for individual programs which the universities have genuine difficulties in meeting such a need, the existing mechanism allows the universities to apply for extra formulaic adjustments. In the past, there were cases where disciplines in studies allied to medicine and health being supported by the bureaus in terms of policies and resources and provided with extra formulaic additional funding to subsidize the fees for clinical practice. Should there be any such request on the special needs of resources relating to the Chinese medicine programs, the UGC Secretariat will refer them to the relevant bureaus for consideration. Thank you. Professor Chen Kwong, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Secretary, for your reply. I think the Secretary is dodging my question. It's a waste of time. She has no commitment in reviewing the problem and solving the problem. Instead, she's passing the buck to universities. I feel disappointed. For undergraduate students of Chinese medicine and Western medicine, they are required to take a 6-year study program. They also need to undertake take up studies such as clinical imaging, anatomy, etc., not to mention the 3-year internship. That means for Chinese medicine programs, we need special equipment such as laboratories. However, the government does not answer the question. Whereas for medicine dentistry, there is a relative cost weighting of 3.6. For Chinese medicine, it comes with an RCW of 1.4. The government is placing emphasis on Western medicine over Chinese medicine. How do you address this issue? Will there be extra funding for Chinese medicine programs in the future to make sure that universities can help groom talents in supporting the research and development and the high-quality development of the Chinese medicine industry? Secretary. Now, first of all, I don't agree with Professor Chan that I'm deflecting the question. In fact, I laid out very clearly figures relating to the questions you asked, and I also explained the formula. Let me say this once again. In terms of the mechanism or the formula, the figures form the basis of the UGC's recommendation. But there are other factors, such as the average teaching expenditure per student, which is a set of empirical objective data. The UGC makes reference to
such data. And then the figure will be divided by the relative cost weightings. In the past 10 years, taking into account the 3-4-4 academic structure, we have come up with the actual expenditure, and that the RCW is 1.3 to 1.5. For the RCW of 1.4, this is formed on the basis of objective data. But like I said, for the relative cost weightings, we need to consult the relative disciplines, such as the actual class hours, the teacher's commitment, and the portion of time allocated to research, etc. Now, Professor Chen said that I have not shown any commitment. Now, in the process of discussing with universities, if the universities see genuine need in asking for additional resources, and extra formula adjustments can be made through RCW's application. And in the past, in certain disciplines, additional funding was set aside to subsidize fees for clinical practice. That is to say, if certain disciplines in the universities run into genuine financial hardship, we allow flexibility by using the RCW arrangement. They also need to take into account the actual expenditure for that discipline and the commitment on the university. As I said, under the block grant mechanism, there should be sufficient room for the universities to make provisions for the relevant programs. If they're short of resources, they can apply to the government for additional funding. The UGC also reviews the mechanism from time to time. Dr. David Lam. Well, I understand that the UGC approves funding for the universities on a block grant basis. However, for the average teaching expenditure per student, one important element is the number of student intake places for the first year. Now, when allocating resources to different disciplines and programs, universities will also refer to this important element. Now, there are 3 universities, namely the Baptist University, Chinese University of Hong Kong, and Hong Kong U, providing altogether 70 places of Chinese medicine per year. So I would say that, relatively speaking, we're not providing we're providing too little resources for these places. Without sufficient funding, how do we make sure that these universities will be able to engage competent R&D personnel to take forward R&D development of Chinese medicine? You can't have a cake and eat it. So will the UGC consider increasing the number of places for Chinese medicine students for universities to be provided with more funding in light of more student places to help support the development of Chinese medicine and to help retain students in Hong Kong? Secretary. As to how we come by the student places for Chinese medicine, the UGC has this mechanism to collect information in order to review the allocation of student places in the triennium, especially since Chinese medicine is a specific manpower plant discipline. The Health Bureau will need to make recommendations and make commitments for the resources. The manpower planning for the 2025-28 triennium will start next year. The Bureau will take into account the relevant parameters and work out the plan with the UGC-funded universities. The UGC will also make recommendations on the government to the government on allocation of resources and the number of students intake. There will be due regard to the latest development, the government's policy directions, apart from phasing out disciplines and programs that are no longer required that they will also make new provisions for other programs necessary. I declare my interest as an employee of the UGC. I'd like to follow up on part 2 of the reply. Now for the 3 RCWs, 3.6, 1.4, and 1.0, in my line of work, I know for sure that for subjects such as history, philosophy, etc., the resources are shared. But what about the different price groups with different RCWs, 3.6, 1.4, 1.0? Can we mix all these disciplines in the same pot? I think it'd be quite tricky. I understand from the reply that the universities may apply for extra formulaic adjustments if there is a genuine need for extra resources. For Chinese medicine, I think that this request has been made before the government also has given the green light for extra funding. Against this backdrop, perhaps we should review the 3 RCWs and where Chinese medicine should fall. Should Chinese medicine be given an RCW between 1.4 and 3.6? Secretary. Now, I referred to the relative cost weighting of 3.6, 1.4, and 3.0. The calculation is based on the average teaching expenditure per student and other longer-term factors. The UGC also keeps in view the situation. It's not a rigid index. I need to emphasize that the RCW is just one of the many factors for consideration by the UGC in making recommendation on resource allocation to the government. Now, you mentioned the substantial change to the arrangement. This may pose difficulties to universities. In September this year, the UGC reviewed the RCWs, and based on the outcome of this review, a number of programs will undergo adjustments, including math, computer, and then also the law. The RCWs for these disciplines will be adjusted. The UGC will consider the actual expenditure of universities and the relevant disciplines in making adjustments. Apart from the review being undertaken by the UGC, when universities put forward the triennium work plan to the UGC, these universities are also responsible for ensuring that the books are balanced. If there is a genuine need for additional resources in the next triennium plan, the universities should apply for additional funding to the UGC so that the UGC will consider these applications and with the CE Council's approval grant the additional funding. Mr. Benson Loke. The BPA supports the development of the Chinese medicine industry in Hong Kong. During the COVID pandemic, we see effective integration of Western and Chinese medicine. From the reply, I understand that universities are given block grants to balance the allocation of resources among different disciplines. Now, many young people are interested in Chinese medicine. The problem is we don't have sufficient places in Hong Kong. Many of them then go to the mainland for studies and then for developing their career in Chinese medicine. This is counterintuitive to our efforts in developing Chinese medicine. At the same time, we strive to nurture talents. At the moment, the Baptist University is the only university that offers an undergraduate program in Chinese medicine. The Chinese Medicine Hospital will be established soon, so we we will experience a manpower shortage. Now, Mr. Look, please just raise your question. 218 students applied for the program. Only 28 have been accepted. Now, will funding be set aside by universities to make sure that more Chinese medicine-related programs will be operated to expand our manpower base? Secretary, well, we closely monitor the situation. According to the figures in the past 5 years, for the approved intake places for Chinese for Chinese medicine in universities, as compared to the actual intake, we find places in surplus. But starting from last year, we found that these places were fully taken up. And I want to add to that, apart from the 3 universities offering Chinese medicine programs, graduates in 30 mainland universities can also apply to sit for an exam to get qualified as a Chinese medicine practitioner.
Last question seeking an oral reply. Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, President. The financial regulatory authorities of the mainland Hong Kong and Macau announced on 28th of September this year further enhancements to the Cross-Boundary Wealth Management Connect pilot scheme in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area. In this connection, will the government inform this council? One enhancement is to include eligible securities firms as participating institutions of the relevant eligibility requirements such as capital size and experience. 2. As the enhancements also include expanding the scope of eligible investment product, whether the authorities will consider including investment products such as stocks, exchange-traded funds, futures, precious metals, and derivatives. If not, of the reasons for that. And 3, given that as at May this year, a total of 24 Hong Kong banks had commenced cross-boundary wealth management connect services, while as at the end of April this year, the aggregate quota usages under the southbound scheme and northbound scheme of the WMC covering Hong Kong and Macau were only 640 million RMB and 260 million RMB respectively, and it is learned that currently only a limited scope of Hong Kong financial institutions may take part in the WMC, whether the government has discussed with mainland regulators how to specifically expand the scope of Hong Kong financial institutions that may take part in the WMC and scale up WMC services of such institutions. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for the Financial Services and the Treasury. President, the Cross-Boundary Wealth Management Connect in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area was formally launched in September 2021 for residents in Hong Kong, Macau, and 9 cities in Guangdong Province to carry out cross-boundary investment in eligible wealth management products offered by GBA banks. The cross-boundary WMC provides GBA residents with a formal, direct, and convenient channel for cross-boundary investment in diverse wealth management products. It is a milestone in the GBA's financial development and a vital measure that deepens and widens mutual access between the financial markets of the mainland and Hong Kong. For Hong Kong, the cross-boundary WMC brings new business opportunities for the local wealth management industry and benefits the entire financial industry value chain. It incentivizes international financial institutions to allocate resources to Hong Kong for product development, product distribution, asset management, and other businesses. It also promotes the cross-boundary flow and use of RMB and further cements Hong Kong's position as a global offshore RMB business hub. As an innovative financial cooperation measure in the GBA involving 3 different regulatory systems, the cross-boundary WMC has been implemented under a pilot approach in a gradual and incremental manner. Based on their respective existing regulatory regimes and practices, the relevant regulators in the 3 places are maintaining close collaboration and seeking flexibility for policy formulation and implementation. My consolidated reply to the question raised by Mr. Robert Lee is as follows. The cross-boundary WMC has seen steady development since its launch. On participating institutions, currently, Hong Kong banks in retail banking or private banking businesses and registered with the Securities and Futures Commission for relevant regulated activities can take part in the cross-boundary WMC. 24 eligible Hong Kong banks have commenced relevant businesses with their respective mainland partner banks. On funds, the statistics as at the end of October 2023 published by the People's Bank of China show 62,900 individual investors in the GBA took part in the cross-boundary WMC, including 44,600 from Hong Kong and Macau and 18,300 from the mainland, with a total of more than 35,000 cross-boundary fund remittances covering Hong Kong and Macau, amounting to over 8.65 billion RMB. The aggregate quota usage under the southbound scheme and the northbound scheme covering Hong Kong and Macau was over 2.33 billion RMB and 250 million RMB respectively. Since the resumption of normal travel between the mainland Hong Kong and Macau, the southbound business has seen significant growth. In the first 10 months of 2023, the number of new individual investors taking part in the cross-boundary WMC exceeded 6,400, up 70% over the same period last year. Cross-boundary fund remittances amounted to over 6.2 billion RMB, having increased more than fivefold over the same period last year. On investment products, northbound eligible products include low to medium risk public securities investment funds and fixed income and public equity wealth management products issued by mainland wealth management companies, excluding cash management-based wealth management products. Southbound eligible products include deposit, bonds, and funds domiciled in Hong Kong and authorized by the SFC, which are rated as low to medium risk and non-complex by Hong Kong banks. As at the end of October 2023, mainland investment products held by Hong Kong and Macau investors under the cross-boundary WMC stood at around 227 million RMB, including wealth management products at around 152 million RMB and funds at around 75 million RMB. Investment products of Hong Kong and Macau held by mainland investors under the cross-boundary WMC stood at around 2.351 billion RMB, including funds at around 28 million RMB, bonds at around 6 million RMB, and deposits at around 2.317 billion RMB. The mainland regulators of the mainland Hong Kong and Macau jointly announced in late September this year that they would enhance the cross-boundary WMC along 5 directions, including refining the eligibility criteria of investors to support more GBA residents to take part in the scheme, extending the scope of participating in the institutions to include eligible securities firms, and expanding the scope of eligible investment products, increasing the individual investor quota as appropriate, and further enhancing the promotion and sales arrangements. For extending the scope of participating institutions to include eligible securities firms, the SFC is considering the criteria for licensed corporations to take part in the pilot scheme, including their license requirements, capital size, experience, and transaction volume of selling investment products, internal systems and supervision arrangements, etc. We believe the enhancements will further enrich the investment options of GBA residents and promote mutual access of the financial markets of the 3 places, conducive to the industry's exploration of business opportunities in the GBA, further realizing the potential of the cross-boundary WMC while enhancing Hong Kong's position as an international asset management center. The relevant authorities of the 3 places are refining their implementation arrangements and operational guidance with a view to announcing relevant details and launching the measures as soon as practicable. Thank you, President. Mr. Robert Lee. On including eligible securities firms, I want to find out more. If these firms are eligible, when can they start their WMC business? I can see many things have to fall into place before this can start. But will there be some interim measures? Do we have a timetable, Secretary? 2 points. First, the eligibility requirements. In my main reply, I stated that eligibility needs to be something that involves the regulators of the three places. So we take a pilot approach in a gradual and incremental manner. So we're still working on the eligibility requirements for eligible investment debt securities firms. We have to look at the capital size, their experience, internal systems, etc. So we're working on this area. That is the specific requirement. I thank Mr. Robert Lee for helping us talk to the industry. That helped us find out what the industry thinks about the requirements. Now, the timetable. We are working on the requirements. So when can we roll out the new requirements and then work with the industry and announce the requirements? I would like to see this implemented soon as well. Our regulators are working hard with the mainland regulators. They're working against the clock. We want to be able to report this matter to members soon. Mr. Martin Liao. President, Guangdong has the largest number of high net worth individuals in China, and that's huge investment potential. They take a huge interest in ESG products. A 2022 survey shows many people who take part in the cross-boundary WMC also take an interest in ESG investment. Would there be greater publicity for ESG products in WMC? And what will be done to help participants in the southbound scheme learn more about ESG investment? President, the member made a great point. From what we've seen over the past few years, ESG products are now part of the mainstream financial market offerings. And that's a key element that's in investors' minds. In the southbound scheme, people participate in the scheme. We will keep enhancing the scheme. One area we will enhance will be the product. The products open to the mainland investors. We talked to the industry. We found out that investors want a wide array of products, especially in fund products, especially in equity funds. And this is one area we are trying to enhance. We want to include most of those medium to high risk funds domiciled in Hong Kong and that are rated as non-complex, such as the GBA equity stocks. We have talked to the mainland regulators on the product. We first find out where we have an edge, what options we can offer for the mainland investors. There are the participants, the product. We will look at them as a whole, and we want to be able to report the matter to members as soon as possible. Mr. Chen Kim-po. The cross-boundary WMC has seen steady development over the past couple of years. Will the scheme be expanded to cover insurance products? Secretary. Thank you, President. As I indicated earlier, the cross-boundary WMC is a new measure. It involves 3 different regulatory systems. That's why we take a prudent approach. It's a pilot scheme in a gradual and incremental manner. We started out with the 9 mainland cities of the GBA. The 3 different regulatory systems have their respective practices. We work closely together. We want a system with flexibility in policy formulation and implementation. We will see how the scheme goes, how the market goes, and then what we can do to enhance the system as a next step. At this stage, as I said in the main reply and in my response to the supplementary questions. So I've already indicated the point about the products. Dr. Tan Yueheng. Thank you, President. Figures. More than 200 million RMB in northbound, and then southbound trading sees 2.3 billion or so RMB. The figures fall short of what we expected. Why is this the case? Is it because our investment advisors cannot reach out to their cross-boundary clients? Because we lack a mutual recognition of cross-boundary investment advisors. Can we have some sort of regulatory mutual recognition? And then we can have a larger scope of mutual recognition for the qualifications of investment advisors in the GBA. Thank you. First, the WMC has been running for a while. We assess the situation. We look for the pain points or where we have to do better. We realized that when the WMC started running, it was right in the middle of COVID. There were restrictions on cross-boundary travel. So not many people could travel across the boundary. Many investors took part in cross-boundary investment for the first time. It took them time to find out about the investment channels, learn about the products and the macro environment. So the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the Securities and Futures Commission will work with the industry on investor education. We want to strengthen investors' confidence in the WMC and enhance their experience with the scheme. There are 5 directions of investment enhancement. One of them, as Dr. Tan was saying, has to do with sales arrangements. Publicity, sale, these are affected by COVID. And it's still a pilot scheme. Not many people know the scheme well. That's why one of the 5 directions of enhancement has to do with sale arrangements and promotion. We work with the industry. We're closely in touch with the industry, and we thank members for their feedback. The industry has given us comments on the sale arrangements and promotion. We're working on the details about the implementation and the operational guidance. We hope we can announce the details as soon as practicable. Mr. Chen Pui-Leung. When disputes arise or a participating body votes in the cross-boundary WMC, Hong Kong offers some sort of compensation to investors. But when that happens in the mainland, are mainland investors protected? Secretary. I was explaining the design of the scheme and how the scheme works. The scheme involves 3 regulatory systems. So when a dispute or a complaint comes up, that will be addressed based on the local laws and regulatory systems. Say it's southbound trading. If it's a complaint about the product or the sale procedure, Hong Kong's regulators will come in. But if it involves remittances, then mainland bank rules apply. So we follow the existing regulatory systems and respective laws of the place involved. Dr. Johnny Ng. I want to ask about the product offerings. Now we have the medium to low risk items, bonds, funds, deposit. will there be medium to high risk products to offer investors more options such as virtual assets? Secretary. Thank you, President. First, I want to discuss the current situation. Northbound scheme. It has low to medium risk funds such as currency funds, bond funds, equity funds, and also the fixed income product, equity-based product issued by public companies, but they do not cover the cash management-based product. Now, southbound scheme, it contains deposits, low to medium risk, non-complex product, equities, for example, and bonds and funds domiciled in Hong Kong and authorized by the SFC, mixed funds, equity funds, etc. Based on the bank's latest information, the banks provide more than 100 investment funds, more than 300 bonds, and deposits in different currencies. We want to keep the risks manageable, and we take an incremental approach to provide GBA residents with more cross-boundary investment options. Product variety and risk level are what we are considering. There is immense wealth in the GBA. Mainland residents have needs when it comes to asset allocation. We hope that we can capture these opportunities as we announce the enhancements in the 5 directions to meet these needs. Mr. Ronald Chen. The main reply says that in late September, Hong Kong, Macau, and mainland regulators announced enhancements. One of them is about a higher quota for individual investors. The main reply says that the investment is just $2 billion or so, involving 60,000 investors. I agree with raising the quota for individual investors. But how will the government arrive at the right quota for investors? We should take a dynamic and holistic view of the WMC. When you look at the quota, you also have to consider the product available and also the user experience through the sale arrangement, and also the information available to investors before the transaction. We have to look at the 5 directions as a whole to get a full picture of how we can have a quota that can meet investors' needs and the needs of regulators about keeping the risks manageable. It's a balancing act. We want to have this risk and also meet the investors' needs in the GBA.
Government bills. First reading. Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. Inland Revenue Amendment Aircraft Leasing Tax Concessions Bill 2023. Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, I move that the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill be read the second time. Feeding of wild animals not only alter the foraging behavior and survival instincts, but also increase their reliance on human feeding, causing nuisance to the public. In 1999, under the Wild Animals Protection Ordinance, or the ordinance, the government designated major habitats of monkeys as feeding ban areas, FBA. In recent years, feeding of wild boars has led to changes in their habits. following incidents of public nuisance and injuries caused by these wild animals. Last year, we expanded the FBA to the entire territory of Hong Kong. Feral pigeons are domestic animals not covered in the definition of wild animals under the ordinance are thus excluded from the feeding ban. Feeding of feral pigeons will result in accelerated growth and of the population and jeopardy of their ability to survive on their own. And other wild animals such as wild birds are also affected. In 2021 and 2022, the AFCD, FEHD, and LCSD together received, on average, 1,700 complaints relating to feral pigeons every year. Currently, the maximum fine for illegal feeding is $10,000. There are views that the penalty doesn't serve a sufficient deterrent effect, nor does it reflect the seriousness of the consequence of feeding wild animals. For illegal feeding can harm the well-being of wild animals as well as the ecology. It also gives rise to public nuisance and public health issues. The bill I introduced to the Council today will expand the scope of feeding ban to cover feral pigeons to enhance the deterrence against illegal feeding. The bill proposes to raise the maximum penalty for illegal feeding of animals from a fine of $10,000 to a fine to $100,000 and imprisonment for 5 years, and we also for 1 year. And we also introduce a fixed penalty system with the fixed penalty fixed at $5,000 to standardize and allow swift handling of relatively straightforward illegal feeding cases. Following the expansion of the FBA to the entire territory of Hong Kong, we also proposes to expand the scope of enforcement officers to include officers appointed from FEHD, LCSD, and Housing Department on top of police officers and AFCD officers at the moment, so that they can enforce the new provisions at places under the respective purviews and issue fixed penalty notices. And we will also draw up advanced enforcement guidelines with these departments and provide training to frontline officers to ensure consistent enforcement standards. To allow sufficient time for publicity of the new provisions against feeding of feral pigeons, the increased penalty for illegal feeding and the new fixed penalty system, the bill proposes the 1st of August 2024, the commencement date of the bill. We have consulted the Environmental Affairs Panel of the Council, as well as the Nature Conservation Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee on Environment twice this year and the last. Members in general supported proposals and hope for early implementation. I thank members for their views and support. We will continue to step up publicity, public education, and enforcement against illegal feeding of wild animals and feral pigeons to mitigate the nuisance and environmental hygiene issues at source. Wild animals will then be better protected. I look forward to member support for the bill. I now put a question to you that the bill be read a second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move the second reading of the Inland Revenue Amendment Aircraft Leasing Tax Concessions Bill 2023. The outline development plan for the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area advocates leveraging Hong Kong's strengths in financial and logistics services to develop high-value added freight, aircraft leasing, and aviation financing services, etc. The report to the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China supports Hong Kong to give full play to our strengths and distinctive features to consolidate and elevate our international position in finance, trade, shipping, aviation, innovation, technology, culture and tourism, and other fields. We're determined to continue strengthening Hong Kong's competitiveness in the global aircraft leasing industry. Aircraft leasing is a global business. Its operation is not subject to geographical limitations. Jurisdictions such as Ireland and Singapore have been developing aircraft leasing since as early as 1990s by providing favorable local tax treatment. Aircraft leasing business in Hong Kong did not thrive until we introduced tax deductions under the aircraft leasing preferential tax regime in 2017. There have been noticeable market changes in the global aircraft leasing industry in the past few years. The international tax reform proposals drawn up by the OECD, that is, the BEPS 2.0 will also diminish the competitiveness of the regime. If we do not make enhancement to the aircraft leasing regime, we run a clear risk of losing the existing aircraft leasing businesses and the associated tax revenue and economic benefits, let alone capturing a larger global market share. With the proposed enhancement measures, we strive to capitalize on our strengths in finance and professional services to boost the competitiveness of Hong Kong as a platform for this highly mobile and globalized industry, thereby diversifying the economic structure of Hong Kong and promoting Hong Kong's soft power as an international aviation and financial hub. The bill seeks to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance, Cap 112, to introduce enhancement measures to the regime. The legislative amendments cover the following areas. First, to provide qualifying aircraft lessors with tax deductions of the acquisition cost of aircraft. Second, to expand the scope of this regime to include wet lease and funding lease and remove the one-year term of lease restriction. Third, to provide for a more general meaning of aircraft leasing activity so that the regime will cover leasing activities other than leasing aircraft to aircraft operators. Fourth, to allow deduction of interest payable for acquisition of aircraft to a financier outside Hong Kong who is not a financial institution and may be an associate of the borrower. And fifth, to prescribe threshold requirements for aircraft lessors and aircraft leasing managers qualifying for the regime to comply with the OECD requirements. The Transport and Logistics Bureau conducted a 4-week trade consultation on the above-mentioned enhancement measures between the 22nd of November and the 19th of December last year. We briefed the Economic Development Panel of the Legislative Council on the proposed enhancement measures on the 10th of July 2023. The trade and the panel were overall supportive of the proposal. Upon passage of the bill, the legislative amendments will take retrospective effect from the year of assessment beginning on the 1st of April 2023 to allow the early implementation of the enhancement measures. This will allow the regime to remain competitive in the global aircraft leasing industry. President, with rapid development in the aircraft leasing industry, we must enhance the regime as quickly as possible to attract more aircraft lessors from around the world to conduct aircraft leasing in Hong Kong. I urge members to support the early passage of the bill. I so submit. Thank you. I now propose a question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. President, I move that the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill 2023 bill be read for the second time. The bill seeks to amend Electronic Transactions Ordinance Cap 553 and its subsidiary legislation, Electronic Transactions Exemption Order Cap 553, to enable service of electronic records to comply with the requirements of certain legislation for service of documents by registered post or otherwise, and that the service of an electronic copy of the order may satisfy the requirement that multiple copies of the document be served. To facilitate electronic transactions, the government enacted and implemented the ordinance in 2000 to establish a clear legal framework to give electronic records and electronic signatures the same legal status as paper records and signatures. Over the years, the government has amended the ordinance and other relevant legislation to provide a legal basis for the implementation of different e-government services. To expedite the development of digital government, the CE has set targets in his 2022 policy address that, subject to exceptional circumstances, the government will digitize the submission of all government forms and applications by mid-2024 and fully adopt IM Smart to provide a one-stop e-government services by 2025 so as to achieve one network for all government services. To achieve the above policy objectives, Bureau and government departments need to prepare for and expedite the deployment of e-digitalization in terms of their information systems, work processes, and legal basis. On the administrative and technical front, Bureau departments have progressively achieved the goal of fully electronic submission of government forms and applications in an orderly manner by enhancing their information systems. And as at the end of September 23, the services of the post office, some nearly 90% of the services provided by the post office have introduced the option of electronic submission. And at the same time, we have reviewed with Bureau departments and determined that if the requirements relating to service of documents in certain statutory provisions are not removed or amended, it will affect the government's progress in promoting the full suite of e-services. So we now propose to enact a bill to loosen the constraints so that, one, the requirement of serving more than one paper copy in an ordinance can be satisfied when a single document is served electronically, and two, the requirements for service of documents under an ordinance, including the current method of personal submission or post, can be satisfied when the documents are served electronically. The proposed legislative amendments are relatively simple and technical. They mainly are aimed at assisting bureaus and departments to achieve full digitalization of government services by mid-2024. With the enactment of the bill, a total of 12 requirements under the ordinance relating to service of documents in multiple copies, registered mail, or other means can be met electronically. President, I hope to receive the support of members so the bill can be passed by the Council as soon as possible, so as to provide electronic submission options for more government services and facilitate people and businesses. I'd like to thank the President. I move the second reading of Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill 2023, and I propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time.
This Council resumes a second reading debate on the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 Bill. Dr. Teck Chi-Yuen. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 Bill. I oppose the government's decision to cut the recurrent expenditure for NGOs by 1%.
The government has failed to honor its promise. There is the funding and service agreement with the welfare sector between the government and the NGOs. It clearly stipulates the projects to be undertaken by the NGOs and the relevant output. But about the 1% reduction, the government did not first consult our sector. It didn't get our consent before deciding to cut the provision by 1%. This goes against the FSA in providing sufficient resources for us to fulfill our obligations. According to the government, the 1% cut is applied across the board to all government departments and bureaus. However, it's not just equity, it's also reasonableness. The welfare sector serves the disabled, elderly, and other underprivileged groups. It is not fair to impose a 1% cut of spending on the welfare sector. Now, for the 1% cut, we're talking about $200 million in the public coffers. This figure represents only a very small amount, but for NGOs, $200 million can help recruit 500 frontline staff. The financial secretary said we should weather the storm together, but over the past year, 50 supernumerary directorate posts were created. Why is it that there is money for the high-ranking officials, but not the grassroots? I understand that in the coming years, there will continue to be a 1% cut on the spendings for different sectors. I hope that the government will stop shaving the spending for the underprivileged. Dr. Johnny Ng, I support the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022-23 bill. The Financial Secretary earlier indicated that when he attended the CEO Summit in San Francisco, members, this is a debate on the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill. This is not a separate debate. Dr. Teck Chi-yuen was permitted to speak, but in fact, the Supplementary Appropriation bill did not have any additional provision for the welfare spending. Now, please refrain from digressing from the bill itself. I speak in support of this bill.
Referring to the document, 690 billion, that is the budget for 2023, that's the money spent, and we're now seeking appropriation of 47 billion. So that means that in 2022-23, the government had an extra spending of 700 billion. So looking at past appropriation bills, this is the second highest. The highest was in 2021. The extra appropriation was 170 billion, and they spent 800 billion. So no matter what, you recall that 2022-23, we moved out of the pandemic and resumed normalcy. So society is asking, do we need to spend 700 plus billion? That's a big expenditure. So I hope that the SAR government, they need to exercise more control over infrastructure spending and civil service spending. We need to be made aware of these expenditures. We've had bills amounting to some 500 billion, and here we are talking about 700 plus billion. Now, when we receive the budget, the government custom is to spend extra, otherwise the next year they'll get less funding. So under this culture, will you review it such that when government and departments and bureaus, they should only spend what is necessary rather than spending extra? Otherwise, every year we have appropriations. Why can't we have a budget fulfill its spending needs, and even with some excess to spare? Why do we have appropriation bills? And I think the council would be happy to see a review and have us tell us, and have bureaus and departments tell us, we've set aside a certain sum of money, and you were able to even come up with an excess and a surplus. So we can have, why do we have to have extra spending year after year? So this is the main thrust of my comments, and I hope that we can exercise more caution in expenditure. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll now call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Deputy. The bill was introduced in accordance with Section 9 of the Public Finance Ordinance, which is technical in nature. Members raised issues, and yet this is not really an exceptional bill, because all the some sort here have been approved either by the Finance Committee or approved under delegated authority. Secondly, members queried the supplementary appropriation of $47 billion plus previous appropriation in looking at total government expenses. Now, for these $700 billion request. We have over 400 billion spent on anti-epidemic fund. As we all know, it was a one-off situation involving the whole society, and that was a rather exceptional spending. Another $4 billion involves the establishment of the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau. Again, this is not really extra spending because of the establishment of the Bureau. We need to create a new head of expenditure to cover the expenses of the Bureau. I think there is some misunderstanding if we look at it from this perspective. Thank you. And I'll put a question to you that a supplementary appropriation 2022-23 bill be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022-23 bill. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill. And I propose a question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 and 2 and the schedule. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we'll now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses and schedule read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill. The Council, the committee has completed the proceedings on the bill. Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury, President, and now report to the Council that the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose to question you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move that the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill be read the third time and do pass. And I propose to question to you that the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? If not, and I'll put the question to you as stated, and that is the Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill be read the third time and do pass. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Supplementary Appropriation 2022-23 bill.
This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation of Foreign-Sourced Disposal Gains Bill 2023. Mr. Chan Kin-po, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Chan Kin-po. Thank you, Mr. President. As Chair of the Bills Committee on Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation on Foreign-Sourced Disposal Gains Bill 2023, I report to the Council the deliberations of the Bills Committee. The bill seeks to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance to enhance the tax treatments for foreign-sourced disposal gains under the Foreign-Sourced Income Exemption Regime, or FSIE regime, to bring it in line with the latest FSIE guidance of the European Union. Members, in general, support the bill in addressing the latest European Union requirements and avoiding the blacklisting of Hong Kong by the EU. Members deliberated in detail the term property, which includes movable and immovable property, referred to in the phrase non-IP disposal gain under the definition of disposal gain. Members have inquired whether the administration will adopt the legal advisor's suggestion of adding a note to Section 15H of the Inland Revenue Ordinance to refer to the definitions of movable and immovable property set out in the Interpretation and General Clauses Ordinance, so as to help readers get to grips with what they mean under the definition of non-IP disposal gain. The administration has explained that since movable and immovable property are not expressly defined in the Inland Revenue Ordinance, the definitions of movable property and immovable property of the IGCO apply, and the definition of the property in the IRO should be interpreted accordingly. The administration does not consider it necessary to add a note in the IRO to refer to the definitions of IGCO to avoid discrepancies in the treatment and ambiguity of the two terms in the IRO. That said, the Inland Revenue Department will draw taxpayers' attention to the definitions of movable property and immovable property as appropriate in the departmental interpretation and practice notes to be published on the FSI regime. The Bills Committee has noted that pursuant to the definition of a specified foreign-sourced income, any non-IP disposal gain which is derived from or incidental to the carrying on of a business as a trader would be excluded from the scope of specified foreign-sourced income and thus not be chargeable to profits tax in Hong Kong. The Bills Committee has requested the administration to explain the definition of trader. The administration has advised that trader means an entity that sells or offers to sell property in the entity's ordinary course of business. Given that the ordinary business of a trader is to sell assets for gains and disposal gains form part of the active business income of a trader, non-IP disposal gains which are derived from or incidental to the carrying on of a business as a trader will be excluded from the scope of specified foreign-sourced income. The Bills Committee has examined the intra-group transfer relief for disposal gain. It has requested the administration to explain the reasons for setting the threshold at least 75% of the relevant beneficial interest or voting rights for determining whether one of the two entities has an associating interest in the other or a third entity has an associating interest in both of them. The administration has explained that the policy objective of providing for the interest group transfer relief is to ease the compliance burden of covered taxpayers which undertake asset transfer for genuine commercial reasons on whether the selling entity and the acquiring entity are associated with each other. The proposed threshold has been designed having regard to a number of considerations, including the requirements under similar reliefs, stakeholders' preference for a lower threshold, and the need to safeguard against abuse of the intra-group transfer relief. Upon negotiation with the EU, the administration has proposed to set the threshold of at least 75% of the relevant beneficial interest and voting rights, which is also made with reference to similar regimes adopted in other jurisdictions. The adoption of beneficial interest in determining if the two entities are associated with each other will cover most entities, including corporation, partnership, and trust estate. Members have expressed concern as to whether taxpayers who have already obtained an advance ruling or commissioner's opinion before are required to resubmit their applications to the Inland Revenue Department after the proposed refined regime comes into effect. According to the administration, where taxpayers have already obtained an advance ruling or commissioner's opinion before, they may fill in a supplementary form to disclose details of the covered assets other than shares or equity interests and information relating to the compliance of the economic substance requirement with respect to such assets, and seek IRD's confirmation that the existing ruling or opinion applies to the additional assets. Taxpayers are not required to file a new application. The Bills Committee has expressed concern that EU updates the FSI guidance from time to time and requests jurisdictions with ongoing FSI reforms to constantly amend the regimes to comply with them. Members have asked whether Hong Kong will be relieved from being included into the EU blacklist and will be removed from the watch list if the bill is passed and the proposed refined regime takes place with effect from the 1st of January 2024 as scheduled. Furthermore, some members have expressed the view that the administration should step up external publicity. The following messages: EU's request for Hong Kong to make refinements is not targeting Hong Kong's FSIE, as the updated FSIE guidance is applicable to all the jurisdictions concerned, and EU has also confirmed that Hong Kong's regime is fully in compliance with the requirements under the FSIE guidance. According to the administration, it has been the administration's stance that if new guidance is formally promulgated or the existing guidance is updated, which is to be consistently applied to all relevant jurisdictions for implementation, at the same time, Hong Kong will explore the corresponding legislative amendments and consultation with the stakeholders so as to demonstrate that Hong Kong is a cooperative player in international taxation and to safeguard Hong Kong's tax competitiveness. EU will revise the EU blacklist and watch list in February 2024. The administration is confident that Hong Kong will be removed from the watch list if the refined regime takes place with effect from the 1st of January 2024 as scheduled. The Bills Committee notes that the administration will move amendments to reflect in greater clarity when and how the intra-group transfer relief ceases to apply or does not apply. Minor textual amendments were moved to some of the clauses. The amendments do not affect the legal effect of the bill. The Bills Committee agrees with the proposed amendments. Ms. Deputy President, I'd like to give my views on the bill as follows. This is the second time when we amended the law according to the EU's requirements. In the end of 2021, I was the chair of the Bills Committee of the previous bill. Since we wanted to pass a bill before the end of the year, we had only a very short time frame to examine this complex bill so that the bill could be passed before the end of 2022 in the last legislative session of LegCo. Well, I appreciated the government's efforts in negotiating with the EU, consulting the stakeholders and lobbying the support of stakeholders and LegCo. And it showed that we had a competent and efficient and responsible government in this new era. This year, following the update of the EU's guidance, we need to amend the legislation again. Again, the government has displayed full competence. With almost half a year, the government continued to negotiate with professional bodies, trade associations, chambers of commerce, and other stakeholders for them to get to grips with the latest development and clarify bones of contention. In the end, we forged a consensus. The government has made ample preparations for stakeholders to understand the latest proposal. We held only one meeting at the end and completed scrutiny of the bill. I really appreciate the government's responsible attitude and the competence. This is the second time we have acceded to the EU's request to amend the legislation. We feel helpless. We feel we don't have a choice. If we don't follow the EU's latest guidance, we will be put in the blacklist. This will undermine our interests. However, since the latest revision of the EU guidance applies not only to Hong Kong but to all jurisdictions, we need to consider our competitiveness with other jurisdictions. Upon amendment, our competitive edge will not be undermined. I support the bill.
Mr. Chen Jianying. Madam Deputy, Hong Kong is welcomed by foreign investors because our tax regime is relatively simple compared with other jurisdictions, and the government is committed to maintaining a low tax regime. However, due to development in the tax environment and pressure from the EU, Hong Kong has time and again introduced reforms to our taxation system, causing challenges to the environment. We have been adopting a territory-based taxation system that is only profits derived from Hong Kong are subject to profits tax, and foreign sourced income is exempted. And if the nature is capital gain in nature, again exemption was granted. However, in 2021, Hong Kong was listed as on the watch list on tax cooperation. So to get rid of that status, the government introduced amendment to our ordinance and introduced for FSIE regime for implementation earlier this year, so that the tax regime is not as simple as it used to be. Under FSIE, MNE entities operating in Hong Kong will have to pay tax for foreign source gains and profits derived from dividend, interest, income, and derived from the use of intellectual properties. They are subject to profits tax, even if it is disposal gain. Now, under FSIE, if it is regarded to have derived from Hong Kong, again, no tax exemption is granted. With the latest guidance from EU last year, now, passive income covered by an FSIE regime will require further amendment from the administration for commencement early next year. Although the amendment itself is not complicated, but again, we've been led by the FU. Members of the Bills Committee have expressed concerns about the frequent updates by EU, and also we've also amended our mechanism in order to comply with EU requirements. Members have expressed concern, and we've asked the administration to say categorically whether no more amendments will be required, as said by Mr. Chan Kim Paul. Now, according to the administration, if we put in place the bill on the 1st of January next year, it's confident that we can remove it from the EU watch list. Hopefully, this can be done as soon as possible. According to Luzon Institution, the Global Competitiveness Report, now this is a renowned report on competitiveness ranking, is taking into account governance, efficiency, and also other aspects. In June 2023, the latest global competitiveness report, Hong Kong ranked 7th. We have been falling in ranking for many years in a row. We used to be the first. There are a number of factors contributing to that, and one of which is our tax performance. Profit tax is one of our major sources of income. However, our tax revenue has been decreasing, and OECD, in order to cope with the tax erosion issue, it announced the Pillar 2 regime, and that is the lowest taxation in the world, and is set at 15%. And it will apply to MNE entities worth $500 million, and various tax jurisdictions are now announcing how they will comply with that requirement. The UK has announced that new measures will be in place by the end of this year, and according to the government, we will have measures to cope with BEPS 2.0 by 2025 that will further undermine our tax competitiveness globally. While I support the bill, I urge the administration to look at the impact of EU and OECD on the competitiveness of Hong Kong. Non-tax measures should be introduced in response to ensure our competitiveness and attractiveness to investors. Thank you. Dr. Su Chang-Wing. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Hong Kong has been renowned for its low and simple taxation regime. For profits derived from outside Hong Kong, they used to have a tax exemption. Now, for the latest EU guidelines, there will be a change to this situation. It's claimed that our system will lead to double non-taxation, and then we were put on the watch list on cooperation in 2021. So the government has decided to introduce the bill or to commence the bill come the 1st of January next year, so that Hong Kong can be removed from the watch list as soon as possible. Theoretically speaking, the bill won't impact on individual taxpayers and local companies. Only shell companies using passive income for tax evasion will be affected. In the long run, it will be beneficial to the long-term development of Hong Kong, and therefore I support the bill because the amendments will exempt or will put our FSIE regime on par with other jurisdictions so that MNE entities will not abuse our system for double non-taxation motive. This will also enhance Hong Kong's reputation and international status. As a result, more investments will be attracted to Hong Kong. In this round of amendments, the administration started extensive consultation in April this year, covering tax experts, local and overseas chambers of commerce, industry and professional bodies, and representatives from the financial services sector. Over 70 professional and industry organizations have been consulted. The administration has also taken on board some of the suggestions from stakeholders. The government has been highly efficient and transparent and has shown high regard for the requests and demands from different sectors. This is worthy of our commendation. To maintain our competitiveness, there will be an intra-group transfer relief, a feature unique to our system, so as to lower the compliance costs for genuine transfer of assets within a group. We have seen 4 rounds of amendments to our IR ordinance, including tax relief for certain investment vehicles, and also disposal gain for beneficial owners of certain business, and also tax allowance for parents and dependent children. We face challenges both internally and externally in our economy. When it comes to enhancing our competitiveness and in providing relief to people's livelihood, and I believe these measures are useful. The government has been proactive. I suggest to the administration that for future similar amendments to our Inland Revenue Ordinance, the government will ensure that our competitive edge will be preserved. This will ensure a favorable business environment. Thank you.
Mr. Rock Chan. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation on Foreign Source Disposal Gains Bill 2023. The bill seeks to enhance the FSIE regime in Hong Kong, to expand the scope of assets to be under the FSIE, to bring our regime on a par with the EU guidance, to prevent abuse of the tax system to achieve double non-taxation. This will help tackle cross-boundary tax evasion, so that our regime will be brought on a par with the FSIE guidance promulgated by the EU. That is, there is an economic substance requirement, and only if this prerequisite is met will the entity be exempted from paying taxes to avoid exploitation of the system. If the bill is passed, the territorial sourced tax territorial tax system will be maintained, and we will continue to enjoy tax competitiveness and to facilitate businesses from restructuring, etc. There is an intra-group transfer relief for disposal gain arrangements. Subject to anti-abuse rules, there will be a deferral of this taxation for disposal gain. The third point is that other CDTAs and business facilitation measures will continue to apply to enhance the tax clarity for taxpayers. For non-IP disposal gains, it is made clear that it will not be chargeable to profits tax. Comparing to other jurisdictions, the enhanced FSIE regime in Hong Kong will be even more competitive. First, there is an alternative proposal so that the disposal of dividends and interest will not be subject to profits tax. Second, if the economic substance requirement is met, then offshore foreign sourced income will not be subject to taxation. In Singapore, comparing to Singapore, we have the advanced ruling mechanism and commissioner's opinion mechanism so that taxpayers will have certainty as to whether the requirement is met. I think this can help bring our regime on a par with international standards so as to keep our competitiveness and to enhance tax certainty and clarity. Now, after the bill has been read for the third time, it will come into effect on the 1st of January 2024, and I'm confident that we will be taken out of the EU's watch list on tax cooperation. Mr. Edmund Wong, Deputy President, this is the Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation on Foreign Source Disposal Gains Bill 2023. Last year, when we went through the legislative exercise on the FSIE bill, we made a start, and this is the follow-up action. Last year, when we enacted legislation to implement the FSIE regime, my profession, that is the accountancy sector, and myself were full of worries. This year, upon the tabling of this bill, I haven't detected any negative sentiment among the business sector and my profession. Last year, when the FSIE regime or legislative proposal was first floated, the Financial Services Bureau and the Treasury and government officials explained the ins and outs of the regime to allay the sector's concern. After introducing the FSIE regime in the beginning of this year, the IRD put in place measures such as the advanced ruling arrangements and the Commissioner's opinion to address the concerns of professions such as the accountancy sector in the lack of certainty in its operation. Now, with this regime operating in good order, it forms a very good basis for the second bill that we see this time. For foreign source disposal gains, under this bill, they will be excluded from taxation of foreign sourced income. For multinational entities, however, they remain the prospective taxpayers. If they meet the economic substance requirement, then in the disposal of a foreign sourced in handling foreign source disposal gains, they will still enjoy the exemption. And negotiating with the European Union, the Hong Kong government managed to adopt a lower threshold for the intra-group transfer relief for disposal gain. And we have more favorable tax treatments under FSIE regime than Singapore. For example, for Singapore, the prospective taxpayers are multinational entities, entities in Singapore, and even individuals. As for the exemption arrangements, in Singapore, only local entities will benefit from the exemption. In other words, the FSIE upon its revision in Hong Kong will still have a competitive edge. I thank the government and the Bureau for their efforts. Last week, in the motion of thanks debate, I said that we should go after MNEs in tax evasion and profit shifting. This is the global trend. We need to maintain our competitive edge and complete the legislative exercise on tax reforms so that we can develop the headquarters economy and attract more multinational enterprises to set up their presence or even set up headquarters, regional offices in Hong Kong. Tax reforms is a prerequisite. As for the bill, it is a response to the EU's request. It is not initiated by our government. As for the EU, they require us to make the conditions less favorable in the eyes of enterprises. We need to think harder in attracting more enterprises to come to Hong Kong. That said, FSIE is an important element to global tax reforms. It is also our duty to fulfill these obligations and to meet the EU's requirements. We need to keep our competitive edge, and we need to complete the exercise expeditiously. I support the bill and the amendments.
Do any other members wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. President, the Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation of Foreign Source Disposal Gains Bill 2023 was submitted to the Council on 18th of October for first and second reading. I wish to thank Bill's Chairman, Mr. Chan Kin-bo, the Council, the Secretariat for scrutinizing the bill and for supporting the bill in the second reading. So I want to thank legislators and the stakeholders for providing valuable input during the scrutiny process. And just now, a lot of legislators had approved of our work, and this is an impetus for us to continue our efforts. The amendment bill was made in response to the EU announcement in December, and the streamlined guidelines will take effect on 1st of January next year. And this amendment will prevent multinational enterprises, especially shell companies, where they can avoid taxation and through the double taxation regime, and they can take advantage of the taxation of foreign source disposal gains. Now, the MNEs, when they have non-IP disposal gains and when they comply with the OECD Nexus rules, they can receive exemptions. So in order to minimize the compliance burden, we have made specific exemption and relief measures, and we also wish to facilitate business, make it business friendly. So the amendment has exempted traders' disposal gains, and when they have non-IP disposal gains derived from or incidental to their business, that is, they don't have to pay tax. In addition, the amendment has also introduced intergroup transfer relief, and it will allow for, it will make corporate restructuring easier for the entities within the corporate structure. Now, we have received feedback from our stakeholders, and the beneficial interest can also apply to partnerships and trusts and so on. Now, regarding the threshold being applied to a level of 75%, we have made reference to other tax jurisdictions arrangements, and the 2 exemptions and relief measures I mentioned just now were warmly received. So in proposing the amendment bill, we want to maintain Hong Kong's tax competitiveness. On one hand, we want to comply with the amended EU guidelines, and we also want to be more competitive than our neighboring jurisdictions. Now, regarding competitiveness, I would like to provide some examples of our competitive advantages. Well, first of all, we cover the multinational entities. It does not affect individuals. And second, we cover 4 types of foreign sourced income. It does not affect the active income. It only targets passive income. Now, regarding the relief, it is unique to Hong Kong. And fourth, if the taxpayer meets the participation exemption requirements, then the foreign equity disposal gains can receive exemption. We don't have to make other considerations. As a matter of fact, when we amended the bill, we consulted with the different stakeholders, we held many meetings, and we actively took on board their views. Now, the stakeholders have supported the business-friendly measures, and I want to emphasize that foreign source disposal gain only targets MNEs. Now, the IRD website has already outlined its requirements, and they have different case examples to clarify the regime. So to minimize the compliance burden, and they can make applications, and they can also seek the commissioner's opinions on these arrangements. Now, just now, our legislative colleagues had made a lot of references to the EU's updates, so I'll make a simple response. Now, as you all know, the EU will issue new or amended guidelines every now and then, and our stance is very clear. When the EU announces new guidelines or updates guidelines, and if it applies to all tax jurisdictions and they require them to implement them at the same time, then Hong Kong will look into amending the legislation and will consult the public. This will indicate Hong Kong's willingness to comply with international practice. So when it is gazetted, we will talk with the audit companies, the mainland enterprises. We will hold press announcements. We will also forward the information to our overseas economic trade officers. We will introduce the purpose of the amendment. We will make it convenient for them to maintain their we want Hong Kong to maintain its competitive advantages, and when it is endorsed, then it will take effect on 1st of January next year, and we are confident that by February next year, EU will update its blacklist and observation list, and Hong Kong will be removed from the observation list. And that would conclude my speech, and I would express my thanks to legislators, and I will propose my amendments subsequently. We now move on to the Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation of Foreign Source Disposal Gains Bill 2023. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation of Foreign Source Disposal Gains Bill 2023. This council now becomes committee of the whole council to consider the Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation of Foreign Source Disposal Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 14. The Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury will move amendments which seek to amend clauses 7, 11, and 12. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. As Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury, now I will now talk about the amendments. It does not affect the legal status of the amendment. The government suggests that 150B bracket 1 be amended in order to clarify 150A, the intra-group exemptions and when they are applicable or not applicable. The other two amendments come under 11 bracket 16 and clause 12. They are only minor amendments. It will not affect the amendment. Now, President, the Bills Committee has already scrutinized the bill, and I suggest that you endorse it. Is there anybody that wishes to speak? If not, we now first vote on the clauses with no amendments starting part of the bill. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those who are against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now vote on the amendments. Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury. I propose that we adopt the amendments. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those against, please raise your hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments have passed. Clauses 7, 11, and 12 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings of Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation of Foreign Source Disposal Gains Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury. President, I now report to the Council that the Inland Revenue Amendment Taxation of Foreign Source Disposal Gains Bill has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that the Council adopt the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. 2023 Foreign Sourced Income Disposal Gain SFSC. I move that the Foreign Sourced Income Disposal Gain be passed in the third reading. We now deal with Foreign Sourced Income Disposal Bill, third reading. Anybody wish to speak? We now put it to the vote. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise your hands. I announce that the motion has been passed. 2023, the Foreign Source Income Disposal Gains Bill.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. The Honourable Johnny move of a motion on combating cyber fraud crimes on all fronts. 7 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and amendments. Later, I'll first call upon Dr. Johnny Ng to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Dr. Lo Wai Kwok Professional William Wong, the Honorable Duncan Chiu, the Honorable Adrian Petroho, Mr. Chen Kim-po, Mr. Lam San-keung, and Dr. Hui Simon to speak in sequence, but may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. And I'll call upon Dr. Johnny Lim to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. Now, cyber fraud crimes are becoming very rampant. Phishing, romance, and also investment scams are so common. Recently, it was found that even sale of dog meat is a scam. So, although the government has taken various enforcement actions and prevention measures to publicize and combat fraud crimes, the number of such cases are rising. According to the police, now in the first half of this year, we have seen a 47% increase of such crimes, over 50,000. Last year, it was 1 every 20 minutes. For the first half of this year, it is 1 case per 14 minutes. So the situation is really very bad, affecting the welfare of the community. Victims suffer great financial losses and they are subject to mental stress. Recently, there was a series of fraud involving cryptocurrency trading platforms. Hundreds of billions of dollars were lost. At first, I received requests for help from a few dozens of victims. Now is over a few hundred. Some have lost all their lifelong savings, affecting the whole family. Some are subject to great mental distress. Some dare not tell their family members. They suffer alone in parks, and some even wanted to take their lives. So the government should take measures to seek redress for victims. There is an alliance against frauds set up in the community. However, we cannot just rely on civil forces. We must together do more to combat cyber fraud crimes on all fronts, and that's why I move this motion. Hopefully, we can pull our wisdoms together so that the government can step up efforts to protect members of the public. I have some thinking to share with you. First, the government should improve the current legislation for combating cyber fraud crimes. In other parts of the world, they have such legislation. Starting from the 1st of October last year, the PLC has gotten a piece of legislation to combat such crimes, to delineate clearly the liabilities. The State Council is responsible to set up a mechanism for combating telecom scams, and different ranks and levels of government all have to do their part, and individuals and organizations cannot sell personal data. There must be better protection of personal data to set up a protection mechanism. It's not easy to detect such crimes. So apart from prevention and tackling, there are also relief measures, including some of fund to help victims who suffer financial losses. In last July, the Singapore government passed a law on this in this area. They have introduced legislative measures to lower the threshold for seeking legal redress in such crimes. I think we should follow the practice of Singapore. Secondly, the government should take the lead to set up an cross-sectoral coordination system to put together the financial sector, telecommunications, internet, and technology industries so that we can adopt technology to intercept such crimes at source. As early back as in 2020, the Singapore has already set up a high-level committee for this purpose to crack down cyber crimes. Although the Hong Kong police and also the government has got dedicated platforms and measures to enhance its cross-departmental and sectoral mechanism, we should do more in order to intercept such crimes at source. Secondly, we must lower the opportunity for such fraudsters to gain from such scams, we should freeze the assets, we should step up enforcement, and we should enlist the help of financial services company. We can use big data and blockchain, etc. Now, in 7 provinces in the country, they have already recovered over $10 billion of lost in such crimes. In Malaysia, they have cooperation with the financial service sector. They have anti-deception websites, and they will also help enforcement agencies to take these scammers to court. And there are also a fake advertisement. For instance, East Travel found many fake websites on browse engines. In fact, it's very easy for these fraudsters to put up fake advertisements. They even use celebrities to attract victims. So there must be guidelines for regulation of advertisements on social media platforms and e-commerce platforms. They should have the duty to remove fake and fraudulent web pages. As technology advances, the modus operandi will also change frequently. People can easily fall victim to such scams because they have limited knowledge. For instance, digital transactions or digital commerce. The government should step up publicity and education to let the public understand the risk associated with trading in such products. The government should deploy more resources and mobilize forces in district organizations. We should target at easy targets and groups of such fraudsters. There can be regular talks and exhibitions at civic community centers, and we can also have programs on TV on cyber fraud and to enhance people's awareness and ability to guard against such scams. We cannot just rely on the police. There should be cross-sectoral and interdepartmental efforts. This is going to be a sustained war. In response to a question I put to the CE in a Q&A session, I say these fraudsters are like the devil, and the government must stand on the same front as victims, enhance people's awareness. So the CE, I was removed by the CE's position and remarks. I believe the SL government can do more in cracking down on cyber fraud crimes so that we can have an anti-fraud firewall to guard against cyber fraud. And I'll propose a question to you, and that is the motion by Dr. Johnny Ng be passed.
President, first I want to thank Dr. Johnny Ng and other colleagues' amendments. President, technology is moving very fast, and as social media, AI, big data is being promoted, the general public are enjoying a lot of conveniences such as instant messaging, flow of information, paperless payment, but that also brings about a lot of new problems. There are different types of fraud, attacks, cyber attacks, and cybercrime. So these new modes of criminality are increasing, and we also see industrialization of crime. And it covers a wide range of activities and areas. And recently, a well-known tourist company, their Facebook website had been forged. Unsuspecting citizens made bookings. They booked flights and hotels. They not only lost money, that their holidays were ruined. So targeting cybercrime is of utmost importance. The police have implemented different services and apps to help detect fraud We also have the anti-fraud unit, anti-money laundering unit. The police also worked with the banks to stop these crimes. But the criminals' techniques are changing, ever changing. And then, for example, they deploy AI, they use synthesized voices to commit cybercrime. So it's easy to fall prey and to fall victim to these types of crime. So we urge the SAR government to streamline its efforts. We need to have cross-industry cooperation. We need to deploy high tech to target crime at its source. We need to protect privacy. We need to have cross-border cooperation. We need to educate the public against cybercrime. So I, with my colleagues, wish to put forward some amendments. But on streamlining our arrangements, I pointed out that the government should have anti-spam, we should have anti-cold calling legislation. In 2017, when it took effect, the tele office, they have 3 unwanted message, including fax, SMS, and recorded voice messages. But the public need to register their phone number to reject these electronic messages. The government in 2018 had also legislated a registration list for rejecting calls, and up till now we don't have a legislative timetable in this area. But now we see more and more phone fraud, so the society is now questioning whether we should put legislation on schedule. Now I think we agree that stopping crime at its source is important, and one important aspect is to strengthen our cybersecurity. So that is something that I wish to emphasize. Recently, we've had institutional attacks. We've seen attacks on cyber attacks on our public institutions. A lot of information has been stolen, has been encrypted. When hackers cannot achieve, when their ransom is not met, they will leak the data, and that comprises a cybersecurity leak. And the current government is trying to speed up the pace of digitization. We want to have an intelligent city, and we want to have different electronic services, electronic platform. So while we need infrastructure, we also need to assess cybersecurity. We have to strengthen private, public electronic services. We also need to strengthen our efforts on repairing cyber attacks. Your time's up, Mr. William Wong. Thank you, President. Cyber fraud is one of the biggest headaches amongst law enforcement. Now, their techniques are diverse. Fraudsters make it very difficult for the public to defend, and a lot of fraud cases are conducted cross-border, so detection is very difficult. And third, the number of fraud cases are going up, and it's becoming harder and harder to stop. So the government's response to my written question regarding the figures of fraud in the last 3 years has been increasing. From 10,000 cases, it's now some 20,000 cases in 2020. As a matter of fact, the police have been targeting cyber fraud. For example, they set up an anti-fraud coordination unit. They have a anti-fraud server, but the number of cyber fraud cases are going up. Now, Dr. Johnny Ng suggested setting up a cross-agency unit to deploy high tech. He also wants to strengthen anti-fraud education. Now, aside from that, I suggest the government should also consider legislation. We should regulate social media. For example, in Singapore, they have a cyber security law where the government can require the social media platform to ban accounts of fraudulent, to ban fraudulent accounts. They can require certain apps to be seized and removed, but Hong Kong doesn't have this legislation. Even if we have a suspected case, we cannot stop it in time. In the last few days, Haonek's virtual currency was an example. In September this year, SFC received a complaint against Haonek, but these unlicensed platforms are not regulated. We cannot shut them down. So from September till now, it's been some 2 months, and we don't know how many unknowing members of the public have fallen prey and suffered a loss. So that reminds us that even when we find a suspected case, there is no legislation that we can apply to stop these websites from operating. Another issue is social media in preventing fraud. What role should they play? According to the police requirement, social media platforms, when they remove posts and fake sites, these users will continue to receive friend suggestions, and we also have celebrity investment articles. So these are very suspicious, but they occur very frequently. So is enough effort being expended to prevent these kinds of fraud from occurring? So for victims of cybercrime, the UK Parliament had recently passed legislation requiring social media platforms and search engines to conduct illegal activity review. They also are required to make annual reports. They also require the largest service providers to ban suspected commercials, fraudulent commercials. So when a fraudulent commercial is detected, they have to be removed immediately. So I hope the government can look into legislation feasibility and target cyber fraud. So that would conclude my speech, and I hope you can support my amendment. Mr. Duncan Chiu, with the internet has improved our lifestyle. It brings about a lot of job opportunities, but unfortunately at the same time, criminals will use the cyber world for illegal activities. We already received more than 20,000 complaints. We have commercial fraud, job-seeking fraud, social media fraud, email fraud, mobile banking fraud, and the losses have exceeded 4.4 billion. It's not just limited to Hong Kong. Everywhere in the world is a victim to cyber fraud. So I thank Mr. Johnny Ng's motion for targeting cyber fraud, because cyber fraud is getting out of hand. The proposal is to adopt a multi-pronged approach. We need to target cyber fraud at source. And we have also 6 amendments that I will support. For example, Mr. William Wong suggested just now that the government should look into legislation. There should be removal of fraudulent commercials and so on. Just now, Mr. Wong also mentioned that European countries have legislated already. They require social media to remove suspicious content. Whereas in Hong Kong, people make complaints, and when a complaint is established, then it is only removed. I think a lot of people have received fraudulent phone calls. They will ask the victims to guess who they are, or they might impersonate government officials. So from 2020, we had 1,900 cases, and by 2022, we had 2,831 cases. So losses went from 500 million to 700 million plus. And as of this year, we've had cases involving some 700 million, and impersonating officers involved 690 cases. So our losses in last year, we had 1,290 cases and involving 900 million. So in the short term, phone fraud, we can work with the phone service providers. We need to target phone calls that have the phone number +852. We have received more than 13 million text messages reminding public of overseas calls, the dangers of overseas calls. They might be fraudulent calls. So when a phone number is reported, the phone service operator should be able to ban that account. That would help in targeting fraud. And in the past, I've also suggested that we need to work with phone service providers to change the numbering. Phone numbers that start with 1 will signify government phone calls. That can help us. It can help us identify legitimate calls. It can reduce the number of impersonating calls, and we now a lot of people will reject calls starting with phone numbers starting with the number 3, and they have rejected calls from hospitals. So I suggest the government consider my proposal using phone numbers that start with 1. The criminals also like to follow the latest trends. We need to follow the latest trends. For example, we've heard that they use concert tickets, fake tickets, tour agency websites to lure victims. So these methods involve small amounts, and sometimes they are cross-border, and it's hard to detect. So during our news announcements, maybe we can spend 1 or 2 minutes to display the latest fraud modus operandi, so as if the public are made aware, then they can minimize falling victim to phone fraud. And President, that would conclude my speech, and I support all the amendments.
Mr. Adrian Ho, I thank Dr. Johnny for sponsoring the motion. Now, once hackers find their way into a company's website, and they may intimidate and extort money out of the company because they have got personal data of customers, and some may meet scammers on social media, and we have the impression that there are a certain amount of cryptocurrency trading platform involving frauds. So they come in different scale and nature. To curb the increase in cybercrimes, we must enhance security and enforcement. It is an inevitable trend that there will be digitalization. For SMEs, they may focus on development of e-commerce to boost revenue. They may have to use that to cover the cost to ensure cybersecurity. Now, if they encounter hackers, then the outcome can be disastrous. So we should enhance the protection of SMEs. Now, in the PA, there is a bud fund, and under that, there will be e-commerce easy. $1 billion will be spent to sponsor SMEs for developing e-commerce. I think we should set aside money to help them to enhance cybersecurity, and the best is by providing subsidies. SMEs can use such resources for enhancing their cybersecurity so that their business can grow together with cybersecurity level and to enhance the knowledge of their employees. Now, if you come across fraudsters, now they come in all forms and through different channels, and they can even use instant messenger software, and more people are using virtual banking and FPS. Different kinds of e-payment has directly or indirectly make it easier for fraudsters to collect money. They can operate a fake group buying websites or online shopping platforms. They just close down after they have cheated you of money, and then it's difficult to trace them. Victims may just give up. And enforcement agencies have been very limited in the enforcement action against cyber fraud crimes. And so such crimes are of low cost and high return. And very often when you shop online, you have to pay upfront. Theoretically speaking, customers know the banking details of these fraudsters, but according to victims, even if they have reported cases to the police, it was very difficult to establish the case. And the real name registration system of SIM cards has been in place for a year, and virtual banks will require a phone number for setting up a new account. With so much information, why is it so difficult for law enforcement agencies to investigate these cases? I think the public would also like to know the reasons for that. The Hong Kong police and the ADCC, the Anti-Deception Coordination Center, it was recently opened. I think we should enhance collaboration so that we can have professional monitoring and also interrupt fake information so we can crack down on such crimes. Thank you. The Honorable Chen Kim-po, thank you. Well, cyber fraud has become increasingly rampant. For the first time of this year, we have got 30,000 such cases, up 5% compared with the same period last year. The government must take a bold action to crack down on such crimes so that Hong Kong's reputation will not be tarnished. The motion by Dr. Johnny is timely to allow us an opportunity to discuss this matter. I urge the administration to take reference from overseas experience based on our actual situation, take action to combat cyber fraud crimes. I urge the research division of our secretariat to conduct a research on what Singapore has done in cracking down on cyber fraud crimes. I think there are two areas we should address. First, the masterminds are hard to reach. Most of the scam phone calls came from overseas. It is difficult for the police to trace them, and therefore we must intercept such calls at source. Secondly, our law lacks teeth. The Hong Kong Consumer Council and also the police were aware of the operation of fraud webpage, but the police could not take any action. Now, the UK and Singapore have ways to crack down on such crimes. We have taken measures to crack down on scam phone calls. We have got over 1.9 searches. But then for this server, members of the public have to take the initiative to search for such phone numbers. It's difficult for the elderly to act. Singapore has got a mobile app. So you just install such an app on your mobile phone. The police will automatically match the incoming call with the database of suspicious phone calls, and the filter function is very successful. If we can introduce a similar app, then the elderly can choose to filter all success or suspicious phone calls. Singapore and the UK have completed legislation to crack down on cyber fraud crimes. The UK passed a Cyber Security Act. Social media and film search engines and websites have to be liable. There can be advertisements impersonating celebrities. Now, once they are found, the operator of websites are required to remove them. Otherwise, they will be subject to a fine at $1.9 million. We have many similar scams, people impersonating as celebrities, even though the celebrities complained to the enforcement agencies. Action was too slow, so we should follow the practice of Singapore. Singapore has just passed a law on cyber fraud crimes, but the government suspects that there is cyber fraud involving a certain website. It can be locked or closed down at once. The government should be allowed to stop the operation of such websites to contain the financial loss of victims so as to serve a deterrent effect. I understand that people may worry that such a piece of legislation may affect our business environment and also the freedom of information. However, Singapore has succeeded in operating such a law, and if we do not take action, then there will be more victims falling prey to such crimes. If we do not intercept such bad things at once, then it will be disastrous. There is a lot of things to learn from Singapore. It's just I don't have enough time. I urge the Secretary to complete this study as soon as possible. With these remarks, I support the motion. Mr. Lam Seng Keung, I really appreciate the police efforts in cracking down on cyber fraud. However, the number of cases has still been rising. It goes to show that the enforcement action is limited. And in fact, because many such scams originate from overseas, and so the whole communities must work together to crack down on such crimes. We should join forces with the financial sector and the telecommunications sector. We have to educate the public not to fall prey to such scams, and we must also trace those criminals, and we should also crack down on fake phone bank accounts of these scammers. Now they always have to use a stooge account to collect the money. So we urge banks to take swift action to crack down on such accounts. I've written to the administration time and again whether they have checked the banks where stooge accounts are most common. Then the police should take action, and we know what banks should improve their bank opening procedures. Perhaps some of the banks have overlooked documents, or some banks are too lax in opening accounts. I praise the Security Bureau for their response with this. This is a good example of a beneficial interaction between the government and the legislature. However, the response from the Security Bureau was the government has not kept statistics on the amount of financial loss and also banks involved in such crimes. It is said that banks are able to intercept unusual transactions, but so far we have seen 25,000 cases in this year. According to the police, from 2017 to July this year, it's been 6 years. Scams uncovered by bank staff was only 460 cases. So there is a big loophole to be plugged. We must crack down on stooge bank accounts. I think there are loopholes in our account opening mechanism for genuine members of the public. Innocent members of the public is so difficult to open bank accounts, not so for fraudsters. Myself have done some research. First, people will buy sewage accounts on the internet, and some will sell sewage accounts and they will apply for bank accounts very quickly, and these banks will pay no regard to the number of accounts being held by an individual. It is easier for housewives and students to set up bank accounts, and some criminals have abused this loophole to buy sewage accounts from these people. I urge the administration to gather information and intelligence and step up the exchange of intelligence with different organizations to crack down on sewage banking accounts. We must review the current mechanism for opening bank accounts and to plug any loophole that exists. We must also enhance enforcement against sewage accounts and enhance the penalty if the government thinks that it hasn't got enough legislative tool to crack down on cybercrimes. It should amend the legislation as soon as possible in order to safeguard the properties and interests of members of the public. Thank you.
Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you, Deputy President. Well, we live in an era of rapid technological advancements. And with that, cybercrime is getting ever more rampant. It poses a major challenge to our society. We need to fully understand how criminals are bettering themselves in using different online channels such as instant messaging, social media platforms, and cryptocurrency platforms to conduct their crime, such that crimes of fraud are becoming more cross-boundary in nature. Against this backdrop, we need the government to collaborate with different sectors so that more effective measures can be put in place under the multi-pronged approach. My amendment involves some suggestions on stepping up law enforcement. We need to set up an interdepartmental cross-sectoral collaboration mechanism. This is of utmost importance. That means we need to join the forces of the financial services industry, telecommunications, technology sectors, as well as government departments, so that through state-of-the-art technology, we can stop cybercrime at its source. In order to achieve this objective, we need active participation from all sides. In order to meet this goal, we also need to make sure that all parties will fulfill their obligations. For example, telecommunications service providers should enhance their capability in identifying and intercepting suspicious text and phone messages. For banks, before large value fund transfers, warnings should be issued to high-risk users. We also need to understand the nature of such crime. Such crime usually happens outside Hong Kong. In order to intercept this crime at source, the Hong Kong government should collaborate with law enforcement agencies from around the world so that a joint law enforcement mechanism can be established. And then we can forge a global force to combat online frauds and make an all-out effort to go after the masterminds of cyber fraud crimes and to freeze their criminal proceeds and assets in order to achieve deterrence. That means we need international cooperation among law enforcement agencies. Apart from law enforcement, I want to talk about another issue. That is, it is also important to step up anti-fraud education. We need to take a targeted approach in our publicity efforts, especially the more vulnerable groups such as the elderly, as well as mainland students studying in Hong Kong. They may not have a lot of experience in are browsing the net, and these are vulnerable victims. We need to step up our anti-fraud education efforts. We also need to enlist the help of community organizations and NGOs to disseminate the relevant anti-fraud messages. I thank Dr. Johnny Ng's original motion. And I want to add to his words, and that is why in my amendment I've made two suggestions. First, I urge the parties to fulfill their responsibilities and obligations. I also urge for a joint lawful enforcement mechanism to be established so as to intercept the crime at source. Through joint effort among different government departments, we can build an anti-fraud firewall to guard against cyber fraud, so that with a joint effort we can build a safer cyberspace for all. Secretary for Security. President, I thank Dr. Johnny Ng for his motion and amendments from 7 members, so as to allow members to give their views and suggestions on this important topic of combating cyber fraud crimes on all fronts. Fraud is a global issue and something that the government is very concerned about. Government departments have been adopting a multi-pronged approach in combating fraud on all fronts through strengthened law enforcement, publicity and education, multi-agency collaboration, intelligence analysis, as well as cross-boundary cooperation. On law enforcement, the police has been ramping up its efforts. In the first 10 months of this year, a total of 4,729 people were arrested for various deception cases, up by 50% comparing to the same period last year. Recently, the police successfully applied to the court for a heavier sentence in a case involving laundering fraudulent payments with a stooge account, thereby stepping up deterrence against renting, lending, or selling bank accounts. The police also collaborates with mainland law enforcement agencies to exchange intelligence and combat cross-boundary fraud syndicates. To effectively tackle fraud, it is essential that we collaborate with stakeholders such as telecommunications service providers, banks, and relevant regulators. The police set up a dedicated working group with the Office of Communications Authority and telecommunications service providers last year. So far, a number of measures have been launched, including interception of websites and phone numbers suspected to be involved in fraud cases on our request. For incoming fraudulent calls from outside Hong Kong, telecommunications service providers have started to send voice or text alerts to remind users to stay vigilant against no-call calls with the +852 prefix. For syndicates deploying technology to make a deluge of fraudulent calls, mobile service providers should follow the code of practice and suspend the service for the phone numbers once they are identified as suspicious callers. As at the end of October, around 400,000 local phone numbers have been suspended. The real name registration program for SIM cards, or RNR program, was launched in February this year. Since then, telecommunications service providers have been conducting sample checks from time to time and follow up on the verification of suspicious cards. As at the end of October, over 1.3 million SIM cards have been cancelled, or the registration of which have been rejected by the service providers. Acting on information from the service providers, the police have also arrested persons suspected of registering a large quantity of SIM cards with a false identity. On collaboration with the financial sector, the police, together with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the banking industry, jointly rolled out a number of anti-deception measures. They include the upstream scam intervention mechanism launched in May, which proactively identifies victims of fraud. So far, the mechanism has successfully stopped 320 people from transferring money to fraudsters. The Financial Intelligence Evaluation Sharing Tool, or FINEST, was launched in June. Last Sunday, on the 26th of November, the suspicious indicator alert mechanism was launched. Under the mechanism, the police's scam meter is connected to the fast payment system platform. An alert message will be sent to anyone intending to make an online payment transfer to a suspicious account through FPS to remind the public to stay vigilant. Last week, on the 24th of November, the police and major banks set up an anti-deception alliance. Banks will assign their staff to work alongside the police in the Anti-Deception Coordination Center, or ADCC, to provide real-time assistance in addressing fraudulent activities. On the protection of personal data, the Privacy Commissioner has launched a series of anti-deception publicity and education campaigns, such as the setting up of a fraud prevention hotline to handle public inquiries or complaints of suspected personal data fraud. A dedicated website and publicity clips are also prepared to provide tips on safeguarding personal data privacy. The Commissioner, together with 11 data protection authorities around the world, issued a joint statement on global privacy expectations and principles on social media platforms to remind the operators of their responsibility of protecting personal data from illegal appropriation. On the technical front, the Hong Kong Internet Registration Corporation Limited launched a free .hk domain security scan service in 2019. It further piloted a new website security scan service called Healthy Web in 2023 to alert users of potential cybersecurity risks in advance. On software support, the police and Hong Kong University jointly developed and launched a free software called Vanguard to help SMEs identify suspicious emails in a bid to ward off phishing. The software was developed in 2022. Of course, the first line of defense in deception prevention is public awareness. On publicity and education, the police will continue to publicize the anti-scam helpline 18222 of the ADCC, as well as the Scam Meter website and the Scam Meter app. The police will also explain the latest modus operandi of fraudsters through different channels and thematic anti-deception activities to publicize the messages. President, the Undersecretary for Financial Services in the Treasury, and myself will listen to members' views carefully before responding to them again at the end. Thank you. Mr. Martin Liao. President, according to the Cybersecurity and Technology Crime Bureau of the Police, in the first 9 months, 29,000 plus cases of fraud were recorded, involving a sum of $4.9 billion. The caseload exceeded the 27,000 plus last year, and that represents an increase of 58% comparing to the 14,000 plus cases recorded last year. Most of the cybercrime involves online fraud, and we are concerned. Now, cyber fraud happens more frequently. Now, there is one case of cyber fraud in every 14 minutes. Many renowned companies and organizations have fallen victim of the crime. The situation has now spread to cryptocurrency platforms. In order to combat cyber fraud crimes on all fronts, we need to build a robust environment in order to promote the development of a smart city and ensuring the interests of enterprises. I support a series of measures such as the website, the search engine, Scam Meter, as well as the FPS Suspicious Proxy ID Alert. I also welcome the bill to be tabled next year to tackle cyber fraud. As for the more vulnerable groups with little resources, such as SMEs, I think we should provide more support. The swindlers would deploy different tactics, but at the end of the day, they either extort money out of the victims or practice fraud after stealing their identities. For SMEs with limited resources, they have relatively less input in preventing cybercrime, and they are the vulnerable groups. According to the Cisco's report, 43% of SMEs in the past year fell victims of phishing attacks 39% of SMEs incurred losses of up to 500,000 US dollars because of cyber attacks. Some of the SMEs even incurred losses of up to 1 million US dollars. According to this year's statistics, in terms of cybersecurity preparedness, our index is only 47, so we are not prepared. Through years of efforts, we have been helping SMEs, such as the technology voucher scheme. SMEs have now established a firewall to guard against cyber crime that is comparable to the firewall of larger corporations. However, SMEs have this misconception that the firewall doesn't require maintenance. Again, with limited resources, SMEs are unable to hire technology experts and draw up guidelines for compliance by their staff. And this is a far cry from the resources put in by larger corporations in this regard. I think there should be a ramped-up effort to provide that targeted support for the SMEs, such as step-up training on cybersecurity, especially on the latest modus operandi of cyber fraud using AI and other technologies. Cybersecurity experts should be engaged to help SMEs test their systems and to help improve maintenance. Next year, the cybersecurity law will be enacted. We can make reference to the law in Macau. We should not just enact legislation to protect personal data. I support this motion as well as 7 other amendments. Mr. Chan Hock-Fung. In the past, Hong Kong films usually centered around the theme of robberies. We had some mainland robbers coming with arms and ammunitions, but now the fraudsters would just make a phone call and in a blink of an eye, $10 million would be gone. Now, the modus operandi are very different nowadays. So the crux of the matter is whether we can catch up with the changing MO of the criminals. This is a problem faced by many other countries, such as the UK and Singapore. They have amended their legislation to target cyber crime. For phone scams and the online frauds, the situation is deteriorating. It's like a virus or mutation. From Guess Who I Am to naked chat to online dating, investment scams, as well as cryptocurrencies nowadays. So nowadays, it's a question of whether we have a timetable to enact legislation or amend the existing legislation to plug the loopholes and combat cyber crime. The other point is, after enacting legislation, we need to ensure that there are sufficient hands to enforce them. In the past, law enforcement officers may not be familiar with law enforcement against cyber crimes. Do we have sufficient training? Do we have sufficient resources? Secretary, do speak out if you need more resources. When it comes to cyber crime, we need to set up a dedicated law enforcement unit. The other important point is that there should be oversight of the platforms. Very often, the platforms are operating outside Hong Kong. Recently, travel agent running a page on a social media platform got copied by fraudsters, despite having the blue tick as a certified page. Other fraudsters continue to impersonate this travel agent. It is important, therefore, to take a multi-pronged approach. The other point is that we should enhance public education. The public were ignorant in the past. Now, more should be done to educate the public. The government has made a lot of efforts in, say, developing apps such as a Scam Meter Plus and publicizing the messages. But only those with a discerning eye would pay attention to these advertisements. Can we do something like the district council ordinary election publicity? Make sure that you have extensive territory-wide publicity campaigns so that everyone knows that cyber fraud is something very serious. And if you come across such a crime, you should call anti-scam hotline 18222. So in terms of combating cyber fraud crimes, I think that we are only making a start. It's high time that all government departments took a more serious stance, because cyber crimes would become the major type of crime. This will incur huge losses for the public. So the government should be very serious about it. I support all the motions and amendments.
Mr. Kenneth Leung. As social media becomes popular and we now have fraud occurring 24/7, the public can fall victim to fraud very easily. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to discuss how to deal with cyber fraud. When the police reported crime last year, there were some 28,000 cases of cyber fraud, making up 40% of crime, and it's on an upward trend. As a matter of fact, we now have 70% of mobile phone fraud, shopping fraud, investment fraud, instant messaging fraud, impersonating relatives or government officials. Now, according to the Security Bureau response, in the first 9 months of the year, we had instant messaging fraud losses totaling 28 million. Now, this type of fraud relies on search engine commercials. They have fake links and hacking of account. So using fake websites, this is very prevalent. The Tourism Commission indicated that we have fake tour agencies, and real agencies were being impersonated. So it's very obvious that the search engine companies are receiving money, but are not regulating the industry. They allow criminals to act on their platforms. So I urge the government to step up the regulation of service operators, especially when there is clear evidence that victims fell prey, and then these the service providers need to bear responsibility as well. President, we have fraud ranging from small amounts to large amounts, and we've had severe cases amounting to $1 billion. So that affects Hong Kong's reputation as a financial center. I received a complaint where a victim joined a WhatsApp investment group, and they claimed to have celebrities, experts, and there were news videos, and that instilled confidence in the victim. The victims were urged or encouraged to download links, and when they realized that it was fraudulent, they would have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So all the investments are fake, but very unfortunately, we cannot recover these economic losses. President, the schemes have not been stopped over the years, so we need to come up with more solutions. We need when we make remittances, there should be warnings. We also need to implement police anti-fraud apps. We need to provide advance warning to suspicious transactions. We also need to highlight suspicious phone numbers. And we need to remind the public that they need to be alert. Now, not too long ago, some analysis indicated that the majority of victims are not the elderly. They are those born after the 80s and 90s, because they use social media. They believe they are susceptible to these fake commercials. So we need to target the young because they do online shopping. They make friends online. So we need specific education targeting these groups. We have to teach them financial management so that they don't become victims of fraud, so they don't assist the fraudulent activities. So that concludes my speech. I support the motion. Mr. Shang Hoilong, I support the motion. I am a shareholder in a tech company. We've had a lot of phone fraud. They use WhatsApp, Instagram to conduct fraud. And every day in the news, we see a lot of these cases. And I won't repeat myself. And the most notorious cases are Honex and JPEX. A lot of celebrities, highly educated victims. So aside from investment fraud, we also have impersonating fraud. The post office has a piece of mail for you and so on. And we've also had a complaint, new immigrants to Hong Kong. They received a fraudulent call, and they had lost a six-figure sum. So new immigrants are also victims to fraud because they are unfamiliar with Hong Kong. They might be susceptible to people impersonating as government officials. So when we educate the public, we also need to target the new immigrants in the professional scheme, the talent scheme. I'm also considering having an online and offline seminar for new immigrants. So Hong Kong is not safe. There are a lot of there's free capital flow in and out of Hong Kong. So criminal organizations, they will use deepfake to commit fraud. So we see that telecommunication fraud, it's becoming an organized activity. So we do need to commend the Hong Kong police. As we heard the Secretary for Security highlight the measures the police have undertaken. They've worked with telecom operators. We've been able to intercept 4,800 suspicious calls and suspicious text messages. We have also seen that the Hong Kong MA have also been able to provide law enforcement support. So we need to be aware that fraud, cyber fraud, why it's so prevalent is because it's different from traditional fraud. Cyber fraud can occur very quickly. It is hard to detect. It's a big challenge. So in order to accurately target cyber fraud, I suggest that the government take a three-pronged approach. There's legislation, technical reform, and regarding legislation, we need to have cyber fraud legislation in the mainland. Starting from last year, they have cyber fraud laws, and the State Council had set up a group to deal with cyber fraud, and the different levels of provincial governments need to conduct education. So individuals and provincial governments cannot interact or sell information to these criminal organizations. So Hong Kong should make reference to that, and we can target it at source. Second, at the technical level, the public fall victim because they are being deceived by AI, blockchain technologies. So we need to have a database. We need to be able to use blockchain efficiently. We need to build sandboxes to prevent fraud from occurring. And third, we need anti-fraud personnel. Recently, the talent scheme attracted a lot of AI blockchain experts. So I hope the government can build up a expert team to help us target cyber fraud. In 2018, I had organized an AI curriculum, and we had a few thousand teachers and 100,000 students. So they have been able to learn from this curriculum, and we hope that we can enhance their awareness. So I support the original motion and amendment. Mr. Chan Zhanying. So internet banking, payment systems have developed very rapidly. Criminals can only need a notebook computer and they can defraud a number of people. It's low cost and highly rewarding. So that's why we have a large number of fraud cases. The losses are astronomical. It is a blight on Hong Kong and to the rest of the world. So I thank Dr. Johnny Ng for proposing the motion. Cyber fraud methodologies are varied and various. So, but regardless of what they do, the ultimate purpose is to defraud victims of their savings. So I'm aware that my banking colleagues in their mobile banking apps, it is replacing websites because using the mobile needs multi-step verifications such as facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, and a lot of web banking sites don't allow video recording or screen captures, and I think that can enhance security. So using mobile app has its benefits. We can allow the freezing of credit cards done via the mobile phone. Now I see that HKMA has put forward a lot of anti-fraud measures. It targets money laundering. According to the police, so when the banks introduced these measures, they were able to identify dummy accounts and identify victims. So just now we heard colleagues describe that. Police were able to stop 200 payments, and that minimized losses. So I believe we need to rely on the police and banks to share information, to conduct real-time investigation, to protect the public. When anybody is deceived, we can minimize their losses. But when a victim realizes they are a victim to a scam, the money is already transferred. They've already disappeared. The scammers have disappeared. The crime detection is very challenging, and it's hard to recover the losses. So for cyber fraud, prevention is much more important than recovering your losses. So the largest loss is in investment fraud. We've heard about that just now. Investors and the Investor Education Council, they should work with the police to help educate the public, to enhance the public's awareness. We should also enhance the police server capabilities. So when users visit suspicious sites or when they receive suspicious calls, they can be alerted. So that can help deter fraud. On the other hand, even though internet service providers are targeting crime at source, but I still receive impersonating calls, messages, and suspicious calls. Just now, a deputy president received 2 such calls. Singapore also has these anti-fraud apps. They have different measures to prevent fraud. I hope Hong Kong can learn from Singapore and plug these loopholes. So mobile fraud, it crosses across industries, across platforms. For example, in WhatsApp, in Google, they have a role to play in cybersecurity. So the government needs to work with these critical industries, and they should also create a cooperation platform to enhance anti-fraud intelligence sharing, and we need to have cross-industry synergy and a fast response team to help us target cyber fraud. We need to have effective defense against fraud. I support the original motion and the 7 amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Sunny Tan. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of Dr. Johnny Ng's motion on combating cyber fraud crimes on all fronts. According to the police, recently they have received an exponential growth in the number of complaints against telephone scams and online frauds. The amount of money involved is $4.4 billion. So the government has made a lot of efforts, as you can see in the publicity materials. The anti-scam hotline 18222 has also played a significant role. The government should do more. The cybersecurity law should be enacted as quickly as possible, following that detailed study. Now, the Law Reform Commission also conducted a study on the 5 types of cybercrimes. The government should follow up on these recommendations as quickly as possible. The government should also enhance cyber infrastructure to build a good foundation to improving cybersecurity. Second, fraudsters would make a deluge of calls and text messages so as to fish out the possible victims. We should make sure that it becomes very costly for the fraudsters to do so. For telephone scams, the government should step up collaboration with telecom operators. They should detect those who make persistent phone calls, which is suspicious. Now, for banks, when it comes to large fund transfers, multiple online purchases, etc., banks should go through the KYC procedures, that is, Know Your Client procedures. The Hong Kong MA a few days ago launched the FPS Suspicious Proxy ID Alert. If, according to the Scam Meter database, this user is suspicious, then the high-risk user will receive an alert when payment is to be transferred. We can make reference to this arrangement and issue alerts to the prospective callers of scam calls and messages so that they can stay alert. The third point is that the modus operandi of fraudsters are constantly changing. I know that everyone receives suspicious WhatsApp messages, calls. Fraudsters will use other people's profile pictures to start new accounts. The government, the public should stay vigilant against scam calls and messages. They should also make use of the report and archive function to report these fraudsters to the relevant app developers so that their accounts can be blocked as quickly as possible. We can also use innovative technologies such as big data to prevent phishing and cyber attacks. Victims of cyber fraud crimes can come from all walks of life, apart from elderly, women, young people, large corporations as well as SMEs would also fall prey to the crimes. I am chair of the Hong Kong Productivity Council. We earlier published a report relating to SMEs. In the past 10 months, 40% of SMEs had experience of receiving scam calls and messages. We should step up our efforts in preventing cyber attacks and phishing attacks. The government should provide more incentives to encourage enterprises to apply for technology voucher scheme so that their cybersecurity can be strengthened, and cybersecurity infrastructure can be strengthened as well. There should be collaboration between the Hong Kong CERT and other NGOs and as well as ADCC of the police to take an all-out approach in combating cybercrime. I support the motion. Mr. Chan Siu-Hong. Mr. President, I speak in support of Dr. Johnny Ng's motion on combating cyber fraud crimes on all fronts and the amendments moved by members. Phone scams and online scams have become ever more rampant. In light of the technological advancements, the modus operandi of fraudsters have also been changing very rapidly, such that many members of the public have fallen prey to their crimes. Now, with changes in the consumption habit, many people now turn to online shopping. For online fraud cases, the figure rose from 13,000 to 19,599 in 2022. The cases involved shopping and job scams. In the first 9 months this year, the number of fraud cases reached 21,097, exceeding the whole year figure last year. With more prevalent use of smartphones, instant messaging apps, and as well as social media platforms, we see an increase in cyber fraud crimes. In August this year, the police have changed how they kept statistics. So in the first 10 months, the number of such cases increased substantially from 168 to 1,530 cases. 1,344 of these cases involved hijacking instant messaging apps. Apart from guessing who I am, impersonating government officials, and phishing messages, there are more scams proliferating on the social media platforms. The fraudsters will impersonate lawyers, cybersecurity experts, even hackers in a bid to help victims pursue their claims. But they are impersonators. In light of the rising trend of cyber fraud crimes, I'm happy to see that the police are working with different stakeholders to step up publicity against cyber fraud, as well as adopting different interception measures. In 2022, together with OFCA and the telecommunications service providers, a working group was set up so that scam calls could be intercepted at source. For example, for the non-local incoming calls with a prefix of +852, text and voice alert messages will be sent to users, and these suspicious phone numbers will be intercepted as well. The police has also launched a Scam Meter website, which is a one-stop portal, as well as a Scam Meter Plus app. As long as you key in the mobile number, the username, or the address, or the FPS ID number, etc., this website will be linked to 15 databases managed by the Hong Kong CERT as well as other organizations to help identify suspicious accounts. However, the databases are not updated frequent enough to catch the culprits. For example, on the 15th of this month, one solicitor's firm posted an article on a social media platform. it clarified that the office address was used by a fraudster. I also once came across a web page of this law firm with branches in Singapore and Hong Kong. They make use of these of the genuine pictures of the law firms, etc. On the 20th, a report was made. Well, we need to make an all-out effort of combating cyber fraud crimes. It is imminent. We need the efforts from the government and individuals. We also need international collaboration. Apart from stepping up enforcement, monitoring, and public education, recently, banks have also launched measures to help safeguard the security of their apps. Recently, a public organization's computer system was hacked. We need to step up our effort and mobilize the community and involve the NGOs, etc., so as to raise public awareness on cyber fraud crimes. Only by doing so will we be able to put a stop to the proliferating cyber fraud crimes. Mr. Bill Tang, have you switched on the mic? I thank Dr. Johnny Ng for moving this motion. Dr. Johnny Ng has been assisting victims of JPEGs. I think he deserves appreciation from members of the public. Please check Mr. Bill Tang's mic first.
Wait. How about?
Is it coming through? Better now? Sorry, I'll make it start again. Thank you, President. Dr. Johnny Ng has moved this motion today. He is concerned about combating cyber fraud crimes, not only in this council. In fact, he has been making a lot of efforts in handling these cases and assisting the victims. Now, on the 1st of April, he set up an alliance. Major publicity campaign was mounted so as to raise the public awareness. I hope I'll be able to contribute to this effort as well. Now, in fact, Mr. Wong Kwok Heng, my master, and myself also helped handle these scam cases like Ponzi schemes, London gold frauds, on which Mr. Wong Kwok Heng had followed up on for many years. All these cases showed that many fraudsters would exploit Hong Kong as a city of free flow of information to commit crimes. It's difficult to outwit them. Now, for the money involved, for the scam money, this year we recorded a loss of $6 million. And there may be other victims who are not aware of them being cheated or who dare not speak out. In Hong Kong, what anti-deception measures do we have? We have the Scam Meter Plus app. On the mainland, there is a WeChat account. Members of the public can check any suspicious account on WeChat. The accuracy of this database is very high. Perhaps we can connect the two databases to benefit the public. Like Mr. Chan Xiu-hong said, he referred to a case. Perhaps using that database, we could detect the risk at once. In fact, this morning I received some more messages. At about 10:55, when the council meeting was about to begin, the +852 9870 7493 called me the profile picture showed a pretty lady's face. She said her name is Avis. She'd like to have, she asked if I am free. She asked if I could help her enroll in one of the FTU courses. I said that you should go check up on the FTU website. And then this lady said, "Oh, you're so kind. Can I keep in touch with you?" Well, but at a glance, you will see it's +852, so it's a scammer. Nowadays, it is difficult to ensure that the information is accurate. In fact, it's like our electioneering effort. Our calls will be blocked. I think we need to tackle these crimes, or our livelihood will be affected. I also like to follow up on another issue that is about phishing texts. Now, sometimes some people may have mistakenly left behind some credit card information on fake websites, even with the one-time password information. And then they, on realizing that this is a scam, they try to call the bank's credit card center, but it could not be stopped. Can we have a one-stop method? Instead of calling the 24-hour hotline, can we just stop the credit card with just a click on the app?
Dr. Aiman Yu, President. Recently, we have seen an increase in scams, and they're using various online platforms and even phone calls. They can have fake advertisements. They can impersonate somebody else to cheat money out of members of the public. However, the police have stepped up enforcement by means of public education, publicity, and exchange of intelligence in the mainland. I have been carrying out on such cases. According to the police, the number of phone scams have been increasing. For the first 9 months of this year, over 23 cases were reported, and money lost over $4.4 billion. For cyber scam, over $7.3 million were lost over the $3 million lost last year. Now, if we take into account a loss in investment scams, the financial loss has been doubled. So victims have been dealt a blow. They suffer huge financial loss and mental stress. We're receiving lots of such scam phone calls on a daily basis. I think everyone in this chamber has received many WhatsApp messages every month. Sometimes scammers impersonate as government officials or banking staff that has undermined confidence in public bodies and confidence in general. Now, some people are not receiving phone calls because they don't know whether it is genuine or fake. So even online shopping scams are rising. DAB earlier on did a telephone poll on online shopping scam. Over 50% of the respondents had fallen victim to such cases. The products were defective or they were not of high quality. It is impossible for shoppers to see the goods before they place order. And it's also very cumbersome to seek a refund. Sometimes you cannot recover the cost, and so consumers have to accept the loss. We must enhance our regulation of e-commerce to safeguard the interests of customers. There should be enhanced enforcement and cyber patrol to protect customers. The government has been taking proactive action to enforce the law with good results. The East Kowloon region of the police launched a one-week operation. Over 200 criminals were arrested. Financial loss was $128 million. The operation showed the police commitment in cracking down on crimes and to protect the public. Their professionalism and dedication can protect the community from scams. The police has also set up a 24-hour ADCC. They have also got mobile apps and scam meters. The Hong Kong MA and Customs and Excise Department have set up a platform for exchange. They are very useful in cracking down on cyber crimes. Now, last but not least, we must always stay vigilant. We must also enhance collaboration with the mainland and international community so that these fraudsters can be all neutralized. And we should also review the bank opening accounts, and suspicious transactions should be frozen easily so that there can be follow-up action. All in all, we have to enlist the whole society in cracking down on cyber fraud crimes, and we must also enhance our vigilance. We must improve the relevant legislation to protect the properties and also privacy and data security of members of the public. Mr. Lam Singh, I speak to support the motion. Now we have got scams like JPEGs, which was very sophisticated. And even if you use the Facebook every day, you can see lots of fake web pages. For a local tour agency, from July to now, they have seen over 100 fake websites of the company. We've also seen fake web pages of bureau directors. It's very easy for them to create such fake web pages. Even if it is closed, they can open a new one. Facebook has been exploited to be a media of scam. I'd like to know whether the company has got appropriate systems and mechanism to prevent the spread of fake information online. I don't think they are, otherwise we won't have seen so many fake web pages. Very often, users are required to take the initiative to report to these operators. In fact, they should be proper gatekeepers. In many countries, they have legislation to regulate online platforms. For instance, in EU, they require these operators to patrol their own platforms and to ensure that information involving traders and dealers are correct and can be traced. In Singapore, their departments are authorized to require the removal of fake information and deceiving information from the platform, whereas in Hong Kong, victims have to request for help or if it is identified by the police. By that time, it may be too late, and there is no guarantee that the platform concerned will follow the advice of the police. And we must enhance our work in prevention. In 2021, the country launched software to guard against fraudulent information. There will be an alert to the user for suspicious message. Now, it appears in Hong Kong we'll have to wait until next year. We can have automatic recognition of scammers. And then in the mainland, they have a hotline. It is for reporting cases and for inquiries. They will also call victims and family members of frauds and also the vulnerable groups. And there is also 1-800 8231, using information numbers provided by public security organizations. They use big data to analyze potential users, and then they will send alert messages to these users. It is said that the accuracy rate is up to 60%. I think we can learn from their passage. The tactics deployed by fraudsters are ever-changing, and this is a never-ending race. I support the motion and also the amendments. I agree that the police, the financial services sector, and also the IT sector should work together to prevent and crack down on cyber fraud crimes. Thank you. Mr. Edward Leung. Thank you, President. I'd like to thank Dr. Johnny Ng for moving this motion to allow us to carry out a debate on cyber fraud crimes. Now, for tour agencies, trader of egg rolls, and also token platforms, cryptocurrency, etc., we've seen various scams. I think we should not just intercept these fake messages. Rather, we should tackle the problem at source. According to the police, the source is stooge bank accounts. Fraudsters use stooge bank accounts to receive the money they have deceived from victims, and we consider these high-risk bank accounts. They're being used to receive proceeds of crime. If these bank accounts are frequently complained against, they should be frozen at once, but that is not possible. It can only be done by a court order. So to do it well, the police and also the Hong Kong MA should take concerted efforts. For instance, if we only see deposits into a bank account, that is, victims will only deposit money into such accounts, then without any withdrawal, then there should be a reminder from the banks when FPS is used for transferring money into such an account. The user should be reminded that it is a suspicious account, and if you do so through ATM, there should also be a warning as well. And of course, the most important thing is to tackle the problem at source. Regardless of the modus operandi, you have to deceive or to collect the money from victims. I hope these measures can be put in place as soon as possible in order to prevent such crimes. I hope that can be done the earliest possible. We understand that very often cyber fraud crimes are related to phone calls. That is, you first receive a phone call and then you are lured into spending money at a particular platform. Actually, every day we receive over 10 scam phones. Very often they begin with the digit 3, 4. But sometimes these phone calls are useful. The call may come from a government department or a property management agency. So according to some property management agencies, during the black rainstorm warning, they called vehicle owners asking them to move their vehicles, but then such calls were ignored by some car owners. As a result, their cars were flooded. So we already have this technology. If I am a property management agency or an enterprise, I can register my phone number with the with OFTA or with the telecom operator. When I make a phone call, then my company number can be displayed on the caller's phone, and so the caller phone will know that it is an accredited body or company. So I won't be too worried to answer the phone in that case. this can help to reduce the number of scams, and sometimes these phone calls are really made in goodwill. Such a technology will help us to verify the authenticity of calls. So we are talk about monitoring stooge bank accounts, and accreditation of phone numbers are just as important. Well, there is always room for improvement. I hope the administration can take the lead so that we can use technology to benefit the public instead of making them victims. Thank you.
Ms. Eunice Yung, I speak in support of Dr. Johnny Ng's motion on combating cyber fraud crimes of all fronts, and I also support all the other amendments. Now, we have seen surge in fraud crime cases through social media platforms and other means. We've seen many fraud cases, and then, of course, there's the JPEX case. Over 2,000 people reported to the police. Now, I see that the police has already substantially increased its effort in combating such crime. For example, the police spent 4 months to crack down on money laundering. They arrested 70 people, and those arrested aged between 13 and 70. So that means there are young people, even children, involved, and it's it really sounds an alarm to us. So, of course, the police needs to crack down on such crime, but how about education? How do we step up education and publicity? We don't want young people to fall foul of the law, and we don't want them to be exploited by criminals and fraudsters. The Anti-Deception Coordination Center, ADCC, has also done much. And then there's the Anti-Deception Alliance that's just been set up. This is an intelligence center, and I believe in collaboration with other organizations, we can do a better job at cracking down on fraud at source, and also we can prevent the transfer of funds. And then for victims, it will be easier for them to recover their money. And I think that's the right direction to move in. Last week, I called a reporter to the police too, because someone used my a crime syndicate used my capacity as a legislative counsellor and a lawyer to deceive others further. It's like someone who's been deceived, say $500,000, and then they say, well, this is this person who's from this international law firm, and then my information is put on a Singaporean website. And then I and other lawyers, I actually discussed whether I should report a case to the Hong Kong police or Singaporean police, or should I inform the Bar Association or Law Society, or should I inform the Law Society in Singapore about such a case. So I believe that the ADA in Intelligence Center should actually do more in, while they're doing a lot in intercepting funds transfer, but then legal professionals like myself my information be used for further deception, and then they will say, well, this lawyer can help you take up the case, they can help you to recover your loss, but you need to deposit this amount of money first. And so and then for the victims, they are actually in Taiwan, and I reported the case to the police. They wrote me Facebook messages. They said if the Hong Kong police wants to contact them, they'll be happy to provide information, because they really want to recover the money they've lost. And more importantly, they want the criminals to be taken to task. Now, the website was removed a day or two after I reported case. I must commend the police for their efficiency. But then they used my information for opening line accounts and other instant messaging accounts, and these have not been dealt with yet. Now, I reported case in the middle of last month, and in recent days, I'm still receiving inquiries or complaints. They're still asking whether I'm actually the person. So that means for line accounts and other accounts, my accounts have not been suspended yet. So we want to help combat fraud. I hope there will be better cross-border collaboration. because, fraudsters go around the world deceiving people. They don't just target Hong Kong. So the Hong Kong police needs to do more. In particular, there's a 13-year-old child involved in money laundering. So we need to do something. And I also think the penalties for money laundering are on the low side. Say if someone lends his account to someone for money laundering, that the person will only be in prison for a week or two, and so that's not strong enough deterrent effect. I hope the government and the Department of Justice will give more advice and increase the penalty. Please stop speaking, Mr. Chen, Ben Chen. Well, I'm sure every day members of the public receive phone calls, new arrivals, elderly, anyone in Hong Kong. They receive these calls every day, and there are calls from from those who claim to be from a courier company, from a certain government department and immigration department, and whatever. So, but of course, these calls will tarnish the image of law enforcement agencies, especially, say, if these calls are claimed to be from the immigration department, they will affect the image of the immigration department. But then we are seeing so many such scam calls, so we need to do something. And then, well, there are scam calls, and also there are calls that try to that are for marketing purpose. And, even for these marketing calls, they are not actually scams, but they are really annoying. So I hope the government will consider this do not call register. And if the phone number appears on the register, then such marketing calls should be banned. But of course, for scam calls, it doesn't matter what list you draw up, there will still be such calls. So we need to also combat that. And then the online scams are also rampant, selling crabs, shoes, air conditioners, anything. And some told us they were deceived because sometimes they offer certain discounts and so on, and to bring more customers, and then maybe words will spread, and then there will be more customers, and then when they've collected enough money, they just disappear. This happens a lot. So it doesn't matter how you keep telling people not to be greedy, there will always be some who fall victims to scams. So for this social media platform, they should have the duty to check whether certain trade offers are legitimate, and if there are any illegitimate practices or there's any illegitimate business conducted on the platform and that the platform does nothing about it, is not right. Now, because there is no legislation controlling that, and then these platforms just then take no action. So I hope the government will legislate for trade transactions done over platforms. And then for this platform, social media platform, starting with the letter F, they have some 108 bogus professionals disguising as travel agents, and they offer different cheap packages. Say for a small price, you can take a helicopter ride around Hong Kong, or they claim to be a well-known travel agent. Although there have been many complaints, but that social media platform, starting with the letter F, did not take any action. So that's why there is need to legislate for the regulation of such platforms, especially in relation to trade transactions done over the platform. Now, we often do online trading. Say we use Taobao. Taobao has this platform, and funds are transferred. But if there's any dispute, there's someone to help resolve the dispute. So that's the kind of platform that offers consumers protection. So we can't just leave it to the Customs and Excise Department to deal with some misrepresentation of trade claims. Now, it works to a certain extent, but it's not effective enough. We must still make sure social media platform will do something about trading over their platform. So there is need for legislation for that. Thank you. Mr. Connie Lam. Now, I thank Dr. Johnny Ng for moving his motion and other members for moving their amendments. I support all of them. Now, hello, I'm from the Immigration Department. I'm sure you receive such a call almost every single day. From January to August, there were 25,000 plus scam cases. 70% are phone scams and 30% online scams, and 14% are investment scams. And then for phone scams, that's gone up by some 73% compared to the same period last year. The police is working hard to crack down on this crime, but then we're seeing variations of scam practices. And then since last September, since the police has been working proactively with telephone communications operators and OFCA. They have suspended 1,500 registered phone numbers, and 100,000 people have had their SIM card deregistered. So we can see the police are doing something, and then they are not just cracking down on the crime, they're also trying to enhance public awareness, for example, enhancing the do not call register and so on. But then there are many advertisements now posted on social media platforms and major websites, and they are all scams. And so that means there is not enough verification of advertisements. The government needs to formulate guidelines or even legislate for regulation. Now, Macau promulgated the mainland promulgated the law on anti-telecommunication deception. They apart from stepping up law enforcement action, individuals or organizations must not sell personal information, and there is better protection of personal information. And then on virtual assets and investment scams, while we are seeing really a serious problem. I go and visit my district every day. There are middle class citizens who approach me, and now of course JPEGs was big case, and now the latest one is Harnex. And then the modus operandi is always that they will entice people to invest in cryptocurrency online, but then people are unable to recover their principals. And for JPEGs, the loss is as much as $1.6 billion. And then for financial product investment, very often prices are jacked up, and so that the people can dispose of their product. And then there are often KOLs and other well-known figures who help to publicize certain investment, and they have WhatsApp chat groups and other groups, and they say that the return is high. Some is as high as over 20%. And then people lure to believe that they could earn this high return. So we need to regulate such advertisements. And then the Securities Futures Commission, SFC does notice these platforms, but then is a toothless tiger. There are some companies labeled as unlicensed traders or platforms. Still, the SFC has no powers to stop the operation of these platforms. So I suggest enhancing the powers of SFC so it could act proactively. It could actually suspend platforms much more in advance. There are KOLs and others helping to publicize these unlicensed platforms that should be considered illegal. So we need to have more legal powers to regulate these spokespersons. We shouldn't allow them to mislead the public. Now, cracking down on such crime is not just a matter for Hong Kong. There is experience to learn from the mainland and other parts of the world. I hope that the financial bodies, telecommunications operators, and will work closer with our law enforcement agencies to prevent such scams. Thank you.
Ms. Doreen Kong, thank you. I thank Dr. Johnny Ng for his motion. Scams make up a larger share of Hong Kong's crimes. This is also the scourge for many people. Since 2019, scams have risen by more than 300 times. Cyber fraud is more complicated, little evidence, harder to find the mastermind, and it often involves cross-boundary crime. That makes law enforcement harder. The detection rate is less than 20% for this kind of crime. My office received requests for help from people who are victims, seniors fall victim to scams. It's heartbreaking. One senior was defrauded tens of thousands of dollars. The senior was very sad and blamed himself and died. The government told the public time and again measures are taken to combat cyber fraud, such as stiffer enforcement and apps. Scams keep rising in number. A few days ago, another crypto platform got into trouble. This was put on the SFC's alert list. Still, many people fell prey to the platform. Monetary losses aside, I'm more worried about the impact on Hong Kong's business environment and the impact on our seniors. Business is all about trust. We need a business environment based on trust that will need a legal system to support it. This means those who are in breach of integrity should be punished. Now that we have so many scams, the government needs to rethink whether we are doing enough with our laws. Are there gaps? Now, for seniors, cyber fraud often targets seniors. These seniors don't know much about the internet. They know little about trends in crimes. A scammer posing as someone from the immigration department is enough to scare a senior. We want seniors to be able to spend their days happily. But if there are scammers around, how can we ensure seniors can spend their twilight years in peace? We must go further than updating alert lists online and just launching mobile apps. That's why I agree with Dr. Johnny Ng. We need to work with telecom operators, the industry, and the government. We need to have better cooperation internationally to catch the criminals. We need to promote the knowledge about the crimes, and this issue needs to be escalated to the Chief Executive's office to give people a sense of basic security. We can learn from other places. Singapore has an act on cybercrime. There, the law enforcement agencies have the power to act. In 2005, a book came out on cybercrime. That book argues to cope with cybercrime, Hong Kong needs to stay ahead of technological changes. This book also argues training of staff is not enough to cope with technology crimes. Many years have passed. I hope our law enforcement and regulatory bodies have the manpower, such as the experts in cybercrime and cybersecurity. We need the right tools to deal with the constantly evolving cybercrime. We should not stick to the old tools and old ways to deal with the crimes of 2023. Development is compatible with regulation. We need the resolve and technology to deal with the issue. We need to stay ahead of the game instead of being led by criminals. we should be targeting the suspect instead of trying to catch a bad guy only after the event. It's too late to act only after a crime has been committed. I so submit. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. President, cyber fraud, phone scams, they have been rising. More than 23,000 cases this year, more than $440,000 in losses. JPEG's case saw many victims, 66 arrests, and more than $1 billion in losses. And now we have another platform, Whonex. 155 victims involving $148 million in losses. The SFC gave us a response, but some remarks were staggering. The SFC told us Whonex is not a licensed cryptocurrency platform and it has not applied for a platform. As such, the SFC has no power to suspend the platform. This remark left a bad impression. So a platform without a license means the SFC cannot touch it. This is unacceptable. Our anti-money laundering laws say that anyone operating a platform without a license is in breach of the law. But there's a 12-month grace period. But there is a prerequisite. This platform needs to be running before June 1st this year. But as the SFC has never said whether Whonex meets this requirement. The same law also says that anyone putting out an ad or in another provision of the same law, anyone directly or indirectly engages in fraudulent behavior is also in breach of the law. So here's my question. Does the Securities and Futures Commission have the power to invoke the provisions I mentioned? Has it used the law? If not, why not? At the same press conference, the SFC said even if the grace period ends tomorrow, scams will continue. This may be true, but the remark sounds very passive. It's defeatist. It does not show the SFC is trying to enforce effective regulation. This emboldens scammers and discourages the public and leads the public to question the competence of the SFC. Let's look at the Whonex timeline. We will see where the SFC fell short. As early as the end of September, the SFC got a complaint. It took a month for the completion, and then on November 1st, Whonex was put on the SFC's alert list. If it weren't because a police press conference later, the public wouldn't have known about this scam. Why wait till September to start the investigation? At a meeting, a panel on financial affairs, the SFC told us they have been watching the suspicious activities of Hong Kong's cryptocurrency platforms. There are different ways, media reports, exchanges with the industry, and ongoing surveillance of social media posts, and also exchanging intelligence with government departments. This incident shows the SFC lacks the network to monitor suspicious platforms. It's only after complaints and investigations that a suspicious platform gets put on the alert list. That's too late. And it's a perfect storm. Putting a website on then the alert list is not enough. On this alert list, there are 2,840 platforms. This highlights the severity of the issue. And then the scam that followed shows the alert list online does little, and it's a waste of time. The SFC needs to batten down the hatches. The moment it sees a suspicious platform, it needs to go high profile and let the media and the public know so that we can all be on our guard. So submit. Mr. Gary Chen. Thank you, President. In recent years, we are seeing more and more telecom and cyber scams. The losses are also growing. Police figures shows in the first 3 quarters this year, they have exceeded the previous annual figure. In 2022, the 2022 figure shows a 40% rise from the 2021 figure. People came to me for help about scams. I'm concerned about the government's efforts to tackle telecom scams, and here are also some ideas from me. Scammers are everywhere. The government on its own cannot stamp such scams. We must work with other parties to clamp down on the criminal syndicate. The government has worked with the banking and information technology sectors to make it harder for criminals to commit crimes. The police have rolled out the Scam Meter Plus. It has set up the Anti-Deception Alliance with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the banking industry. There are other options open to the government. Scammers' tactics are constantly evolving. WhatsApp is an example. Scammers hijack WhatsApp accounts and then commit fraud. The numbers are also surging. The government needs to approach developers of mobile apps and work with them. The government needs to ask them to enhance app security to better protect the account information of app users. The government is already working with mobile network operators. We need to stem telecom scams at source. We need to make it an international effort. Working with international operators can ease the workload for our law enforcement agencies, and that can also work better. Our country's public security department worked with Myanmar. They took out a number of criminal syndicates in northern Myanmar. In 2022, our country's PSB detected 464,000 scam cases. A sizable portion of it happened in northern Myanmar. A success in combating such syndicates can help curb such telecom scams. So here in Hong Kong, our law enforcement and financial regulators should tackle telecom scams at source by working with international partners. We have a well-established financial sector. In fighting anti-money laundering and tracking funding, we are experienced in these areas. Our intelligence can help us cut off the funding for the crime syndicate and find out where the money is coming from and going to. Cyber scams and telecom scams are having spillover effects, smuggling, money laundering, etc. The government needs to take steps to tackle such scams and punish the culprit. I support the motion and the amendment.
Dr. So Chang-Wing, President. In recent years, cyber fraud crimes has become the trend, and they are committed in an organized manner. A lot of people fall victim and lost a lot of money. Earlier, the Hong Kong police said that an 80-year-old lady lost a huge amount of money, and she therefore owed great debt. Also, there was another case involving $27 million. In 2022, $4.8 billion were involved in fraud crimes in Hong Kong. This year, Hong Kong police have received over 3,000 online fraud crimes involving billions of dollars. The figures are stunning. Therefore, I speak in support of Dr. Johnny Ng's motion as well as other members' amendments. I noticed that Hong Kong police have rolled out a lot of measures to combat such crimes, including setting up hotline services and intercept phone scams, as well as hyperlinks. Also, the Scam Meter Plus app was rolled out. The police also set up the Anti-Deception Coordination Center and the Fraud and Money Laundering Intelligence Task Force. Also, it has intercepted over 21,000 stooge accounts. It shows that a lot of measures to combat cyber fraud crimes are implemented by the police. I suggest that a greater coordinated efforts be made by the government to prevent as well as combat cyber fraud crimes. First, the government should set up a cross-boundary collaboration mechanism targeting cyber fraud crimes. Most of the masterminds of crime syndicates, they are based online. I suggest that the police can work with the mainland authorities. The police can establish cross-boundary mechanism to step up information exchange as well as enforcement efforts. Also, the police should work harder to apprehend the masterminds behind the scenes and freeze their assets. The police should cut off the chain of crimes. The government should also regulate the flow of illicit funds. Secondly, an anti-deception education system should be set up. We are seeing an industry chain set up by syndicates. The funds can be moved quickly to different accounts. It's hard to trace the scammed money. I understand the police has done a lot of work, but for victims of these scams, if they cannot get the money back, that's useless. When we see new modus operandi, we have to take a preventive approach. That's the most effective. The government should roll out educational short videos to teach the public how to identify criminals